Hello, shalom, salam, and welcome to our launch of the campaign Reclaiming Identity. It's not by chance that we're launching this project on November 30th, the day established by the State of Israel to commemorate the refugees of Arab lands. As Jews departed and were exiled from their homeland, Arab lands, they were thrown into a new reality, one of new trials and tribulations and much power and success. We recognize that to reach the point of celebrating our heritage, many of us have been faced with the struggle of being recognized ourselves among a larger identity that didn't recognize our heritage. The challenges and efforts to reclaim our identity is the story we will tell today. The story of heroes in different parts of the world who stand proud to tell and live their unique story, not as a contrast, but as a new dimension in the colorful fabric of the collective Jewish identity. As you listen to the live and recorded stories we collected for you from around the world, we hope you will be inspired and gain strengths that will enrich us as individuals and our community as a whole. We invite you to share questions in the Zoom chat and we'll try and answer as many as possible. Please also put into the chat from where in the world you're joining us today. We'd love to see where all of our people are coming from. Today we will acknowledge the rich heritage that was lost across the Arab lands in Iran on behalf of our co-hosts, Ellie, the Center for Jewish Heritage, Center for Jewish Heritage, Dahan Center, Ekon Mamonid, and One Table. Together we'll go on a journey that will visit people in the UAE, USA, Canada, UK, and across Europe. Please do invite your friends to join, even if it's only for a portion of the program. We are also broadcasting on Facebook, so you'll be able to see it afterwards. Please be sure to join with us. Let us start by introducing who we are. The ASF Institute of Jewish Experience is a digital and physical experiential learning initiative to revitalize the legacy which is rooted in the Sephardic tradition. Restoring the rich mosaic of Jewish history is essential to the Jewish future and understanding contributions to today's world. We want to give a special thanks to our sponsors, and for much of our programming, those same sponsors, the La'ad Leadership Fund. It's only with sponsors and donations that we can continue and enhance all the programming that we do. Today we're going to focus on identity. How do we define ourselves? And how do others define us? In our online course, The Crypto Experience, Professor Hilda Nassimi challenges participants to ask, who am I? What makes me me? And what makes a Jew? Dr. Christine Hayes notes that by definition, establishing an identity by default means creating a boundary. Some are porous and some are not permeable at all. And that's our challenge here, to see where we can fix the porous parts and which ones should not be permeable. The concept of identity must occur in juxtaposition to distinction. To be with identity supposes that which is not identical, that which is distinct, as was said by Robert Pennington. Taking this to today's topic, in order to have a common Jewish identity, do we all have to look and act the same? Was there a time that you felt as if you were the other, even though you were in a Jewish setting? Yet here we talk about the importance of pride in one's heritage within the greater Jewish context, within the narrative. This campaign is established in order to acknowledge the prejudice and the feeling of the other, whether it's you or the other. Cultural identity is a concept in cultural space and time, just as in physical space. No two objects, no two identities can occur in the same space and time. We recognize identities and distinguish them from one another according to positions determined by the various cultural dimensions. Does that mean that if I eat chont, Leah eats kubane, and Miri eats chamin on Shabbat, we're not part of the same community? We don't have the same identity? Let's go to our first guest. Rabbi Dr. Ellie Abadie is a medical doctor certified in the US, and today he's a senior rabbi of the Council of the Jewish Community in the United Arab Emirates, as well as the head of the ASF Council of Sephardic Sages. Born in Lebanon, he has maintained a pride and commitment to his Jewish heritage within the context of the greater Jewish world. He also has maintained the importance of Jews of Arab lands as key bridges between the Muslim world and the Jewish world. Rabbi Abadie, I'd like to welcome you.
Yes, hi, Drora, how are you?
Hi, it's so great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today and for taking the time out of your day to see us.
Sure, pleasure.
So first, we want to start with first of all, thanking you for what you do, that your leadership really inspires us because you went back to Dubai and decided that you're going to reclaim the identity in that way. And we hope that you continue this. So we want to first wish you much success in the UAE. And if you can tell us a little bit about your background and what got you to that level.
Well, since we're speaking about reclaiming identity and personal stories, I could tell you, I would like to start my personal story. Of course, I could start it from Avraham Avinu or the exile of the first or second temple or the expulsion from Spain. But I think the more relevant part of that history is maybe started in 1947 on the 30th of November, December 1st and 2nd of 1947, when the United Nations established a partition plan. It was then in more than 10, 11 Arab countries, the youth, the Arab population rose against their Jewish communities from Morocco all the way to Iran and pretty much most of the countries in between. My parents lived in Aleppo, Syria. And they faced that rage from the Arab streets where people, youth and non-youth, everybody was trying to attack Jewish stores, Jewish homes, looting. My parents, my mother and father, who lived right next door to the great synagogue in Aleppo, saw with their own eyes how the mob stormed the synagogue, aided by the police, the Syrian police, who were supposed to protect property, but they aided them into climbing over the wall, storming the synagogue, breaking it in, taking Torah scrolls outside, Chumashim. Every single holy book was taken out. Many of them were burnt, and then they even grabbed the rabbi who was in his office inside, grabbed him and kicked him out of the synagogue. And from synagogue, they went from synagogue to synagogue, from Jewish home to Jewish home. Next to the synagogue was my parents' home. And as they saw, the same mob was trying to climb over the wall of their home. They immediately grabbed whatever they were able to grab. I had three siblings. My oldest siblings were there with them. Age, we're talking about 5, 3, and 1. They grabbed them. They ran from the back door of the house to never return again. They escaped to Lebanon. My mother escaped first with my father together, and then my father went back clandestinely several times to try to save the house, to save the business that he had over there. Unfortunately, he was not able to save anything. And the last time in which he was able to escape alive, and of course, every time that he tried to escape, crossing the boundaries, the frontier between Syria and Lebanon, he was basically risking his life many times. The last time that he did it, it was a day in which a soldier who he knew from the city came to him and told him, Sayyid Ibrahim, as my father was called. He said, I was sent to arrest you for having crossed the frontier with Lebanon several times. So I'm supposed to come and arrest you. So let me let you know that I will be arresting you tomorrow. That was an indirect way of telling my father, I'm your friend. You better run for your life. Otherwise, if I arrest you, you'll never see the light of day. That same night, my father took a very small attaché case and ran to the train station. He knew the conductor because he had gone several times, and he asked the conductor, I need to run for my life. The conductor told him, well, I cannot put you with the passengers because they're going to ask for passport. There's inspection, 2 inspections. One's in the Syrian border. The other one is in the Lebanese border. He says, I'm going to put you with the cattle, with the luggage, and that wagon. And you better keep quiet during the inspection of the Syrian border, because if they catch you, it's you and I who are going to be in the guillotine. So you better keep quiet. And that's what happened. He put him in the cattle car of the train. And as they approached the Syrian border, of course, they opened up all the doors with a flashlight at night. My father was caught almost in a fraction of a few seconds, in which he was almost caught. A noise occurred outside the wagon. The inspector, the border police was distracted, turned the other way. The conductor right away closed the door and informed my father, before we approach the Lebanese border, you better jump into the ravine. So otherwise, if they didn't catch you in the Syrian one, they will catch you in the Lebanese one. And that's exactly what happened. My father was saved by a miracle. And the moment the train started moving slowly to reach the Lebanese border, my father opened up the door of the wagon, jumped over a ravine, had to walk several hours until he reached where my mom was living, where he had her, and that's how he saved his life. So that's the first story that I grew up with. The second one was in Lebanon. Even though Lebanon was a modern country known as the Switzerland of the Middle East, and Beirut as the Paris of the Middle East, over there we lived tranquilly. It was definitely a much more tolerant country. The neighbors knew we were Jewish, but in the street we did not wear any kippah or any sign of Judaism. But people knew. We were always careful. We always looked behind us to see if there's anybody trying to hurt us. And what really got us out of Lebanon was one day, as my father was a member of the Bedin, of the Jewish rabbinical court. And they were performing a wedding. A picture of the 3 rabbis with their talit was posted all over Lebanon's mosques, and also in a magazine, in a very famous Lebanese magazine, with a whole article about the Zionist agents. And under the picture where my father and the other 2 rabbis were there was a caption saying, these are the Zionist agents who are helping Jews and helping Israel. Of course, all of that article was a fallacy, and that caption was also a fallacy. But however, as you know, when you are in a country that is an enemy official enemy of Israel, then a caption like this makes you a target for assassination with complete impunity of the murderers. And so, of course, my father and the other 2 rabbis were hiding for several weeks until the government guaranteed them, in a sense, a safe passage and protection. My mother took that picture, the article, and sent it to Mexico, where my oldest brother was living, and my father had also 3 sisters there. And we asked for asylum. Mind you, we could not leave Lebanon until then because we were Syrian refugees. Even those who were born in Lebanon, like myself, we were considered refugees, and we were not able to leave because no country would accept us as refugees. We did not have citizenship. We did not have a passport. Finally, Mexico accepted us as an asylum to save our life and for family reunification. We were given a laissez-passer from Lebanon, stamped on it, Roha bala raj'a, aller sans retour in French, which means leaving without returning. And that's the second story of my exodus from the Middle East into Mexico. If I could add one more minute to my story, as to now I could, in a sense, close the circle of my story, having come back here to the United Arab Emirates, being welcomed by the government, by the community, by the population, in a very, very welcoming way, in a very loving way, very embracing way. I feel, in a sense, I'm closing the circles, going back to the region where I was born, going back to the culture where I was born, where the contrast is so significant of my parents' life and suffering compared to my welcoming and my acceptance and my embrace that I'm being given here in this country, in this region, actually, and by the population here. So it's time to believe in miracles, and we stand to believe in a messianic era, I would say, in which we can live all as brothers, as cousins, as brothers in humanity, and in this way make sure that this world continues with peaceful coexistence and with peace and harmony living all together.
Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi Abadie, and thank you for joining us today. I'm sure you have many other things going on today as well, so we really appreciate your joining us, and chazak u'baruch for everything you do there.
Thank you, Yohan. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you. And I want to make sure, I don't think I introduced myself either. I'm Drora Rusi. I am the director of the ASF Institute of Jewish Experience. Our co-host for today is Liad. Please.
Hi. I'm your co-host for today.
And she's going to be sharing with us. So now, Liad, you can introduce our next guest.
Next, we are welcoming another UAE resident, Edwin Shuker. He is an Iraqi Jewish business person and philanthropist born in Baghdad to a dwindling community that has been living continuously in that region since 586 BC. Edwin works to preserve Jewish shrines and sites to keep the link between Iraq and its displaced Jewish community. Edwin was the vice president of the European Jewish Congress and a member of the executive board of deputies of British Jews. Mr. Shuker, thank you for joining us.
He seems to be a little delayed, so we'll have to check in with Edwin. You'll let me know when he's there, please? Okay, so Rabbi Abadie spoke about what he felt in Dubai. I know that you went to Dubai recently. What did you feel when you were there, and what did you feel before you went there?
I didn't know what to feel exactly because I'd never been to an Arab country, so it was very different for me. Having that my ancestry is Yemenite, so comes from Arab culture. I was very excited to get a little bit exposed to what possibly my ancestors were exposed to.
Okay. So let's go now to our first recorded interview. If we can please pull that up, and we'll come back to Mr. Shuker.
Good morning, everyone. We're here on behalf of Amutat Leba Tamar and the ASF Institute of Jewish Experience to talk about reclaiming identities.
My name is Shani. I live in Tel Aviv, originally from Netanya. Professionally, I'm an opera singer and folk music singer. I'm the first of 9 brothers, and that's it. And I'm happy to be here.
Hello, my name is Leo. I'm 40 years old. I'm married with 2 kids. I'm originally from Netanya also, and I live in Lod for the past 10 years, and I'm a social activist.
Hi, my name is Ovadya, Sagi Giar, and I was born in a small settlement 45 minutes south of Tel Aviv. And my profession is a silversmith, and that's it.
I'm Dalia Rusi. I grew up in the U.S. and I live now in Jerusalem with my husband, and I work with the ASF Institute of Jewish Experience. I'm very much looking forward to this conversation today.
My name is Naama Perel Tzadok. I live in Kibbutz Tirat Zvi. I'm married to Arielle and I have 4 kids. In my profession, I'm a musician. I'm a music composer. I write music to ensembles, to orchestras, and diverse media. On my other hat, I'm a lecturer and a music teacher, and I'm very thrilled to be here today.
And now to start the conversation, we're all second or third generation in Israel, and we'll go around asking where are you born, where's your family from? Shani?
Hi, I'm born in Israel. I'm a third generation here. I'm half Persian, half Yemeni. My mother is Persian, my father is Yemeni, and I really like all the culture and all the food, of course, and the language and the music.
I was born in Kiryat Ono. I'm a third generation from the Aliyah, and my grandparents are from Tunisia and from Yemen. My mother's side is from Tunisia, and my father's side is from Yemen.
Both of my parents was born in Morocco. My mother is from Casablanca and my father is from Aswera. And my father did Aliyah in 1956. He went to Bet Shean. And my mother did Aliyah in 1967. And she went to Netanya. That's where my parents met and had me.
How old were your parents when they came to Israel?
My father was 15 and my mother was 10.
So I was born and raised in a small settlement 45 minutes south of Tel Aviv called Bnei Re'em. And I was actually born here in Rehovot, in the hospital. My grandfather and grandmother came from Yemen. From the side of my mother, they came from Raime. And from the side of my father, they came from Daje, which is 3 hours east to Sana'a.
I'm half Yemenite, half Ashkenazi. My father's side his parents came from Yemen. His father came from Sana'a, and his mother came from a village called Menache in 1949 with the Big Aliyah.
What kind of stories did you hear from your parents?
Tradition and culture and food and family stories and it was always talked about in a very nostalgic way, in a very positive way. I think life in Morocco was very difficult because it was a poor country and the Jews sometimes had persecuted against them, but still the notion was that everything was, the water tastes better there, and the fruit was excellent, and everything was wonderful. And it was because that mostly my father was, and also my mother, they had such a huge difference between the way that they felt in Morocco, that they welcomed and they felt a part and belonging, and the way that they felt a part of coming home to the Jewish state and didn't feel welcome and didn't feel like anybody is actually treating them with the right respect or the right tribute to their cultural knowledge. So I think in general that's the story and that's the atmosphere that we had at home, and Morocco was always present. I mean, we heard music from Morocco. My parents and I spoke Moroccan to each other, and it was very, very apparent, and it was like a like a bubble in time. I mean, we lived in Israel, I grew up in Israel, but home was like an island still belonging to Morocco.
So I have a lot of story about Tehran from my grandma, from Safta Sarah. She told me about the green village and such a beautiful nature. And of course, great food. From my Yemeni side, actually, I didn't heard a lot of story. I know that when they came to Israel, I know they came to the Ma'abara, and I know that two of my grandma's sister has died in the plan, I don't know, and they don't talk about it, and I believe because there's a sad story there, and I hope one day I will hear it.
Yes, well, I heard a lot of stories. Almost every Saturday that we spent on our grandparents' house in a Moshav Tarom, my grandmother took us and took all the grandsons and around her and with a big pile of cut vegetables and told us a lot of stories about Yemen, about a small village called Medid, and about the life there, about how they played the kids and how she went to bring water to the house.
You could understand from their behavior, the way that they express themselves when they speak about Yemen and the time in Israel. You can see how they change immediately, how their face change, and how you see the smile, or see the eyes just, dreaming, and you can see that it reflects something that we can say good. But immediately when they move the stories from here, if they told you stories from Israel and from the Aliyah, they change their shape completely.
Shani, you only mentioned stories from your Iranian side. Did you feel then maybe more connected to the Iranian side of your heritage because of that, or did you feel equally connected to your Yemenite side?
I really took from my grandma a lot of things, a lot of songs, a lot of food and culture from the Iranian side, but the Yemeni side, I grew up with, I have two home because I'm a daughter of divorced parents. So my father's house was very Yemenite, every Shabbat, Kubana and Jachnun, and we have a lot of Yemenite music, Yemenite Jewish music, but only the man music, not the woman music, not the Arabic songs, only the Hebrew songs. So I really connected to my Yemenite culture and my Yemenite side, but not from the old country, from Yemenite. So I have a beautiful story that I hope that I try to succeed to say it in English. When I was, I think, 10 years old, I tried to do audition from the choir. I go to the music teacher and I sing to her. And of course, I learned to sing from my father, from Kiddush dinner, from the Shabbat dinner, the songs of the Jewish Yemenite people. And I didn't pass the audition because she told me that I'm too mesalselet and we don't know how to translate to English. So I just like, it's too much, melismatic, exactly. So I didn't pass the audition, and every, holiday or stuff that the choir do stuff in the school, I just heard it from the side and look at it. And few years later, I was singing with the Natanya Kibbutz Orchestra in the Hechala Tarbut, and I saw her with all the students from my school, and I was singing opera. And I think this is this is why I choose to learn opera and not go to the Yemenite songs. And I'm very happy that in the Corona time, I took lessons with the Yemenite teacher, and this is my closure with the Yemenite music.
I remember one story that can maybe put these things out. I remember when I was in 6th grade, in the school we had some tutors from 6th grade to the 1st graders. And they had to choose students from the class to go to be tutors to the kids from 1st grade. And they pick up only the Ashkenazi rich kids in the class. And I remember that I got so angry. I don't know where it came from, but I got so angry because I knew that I'm a smart kid. Sorry. I was a smart kid, but I live in the wrong neighborhood and I'm Mizrahi, I'm Yemenite. It's not fair. It's really not fair. And I feel this angry right now. And I remember that I went to the principal office without any shame. And I told him, it's not fair. Why are you thanking them and not me? I can do it. I can do it exactly like them. And I think he was very surprised with my behavior because I was so quiet and a nice kid. And I was so angry that finally they took me to be a tutor. But it was, it's like one story to see it's so obvious that we take the Ashkenazi and rich kids to be tutors because, they should do it. We got only Ashkenazi sidurs in the school. We learned only Ashkenazi prayers, only Ashkenazi piyutim and songs of Shabbat when we did Shabbats in school. So it wasn't a mistake. It was, I guess, also on purpose. These are my stories. And only in the last few years, I just reclaiming my identity, going back, going to see, because I feel that something was broken between the first generation of the Aliyah to our generation in the middle, this middle that they had to be here and to fit in and to be like part of the society. And we are now, and we are feeling that it's strange, and we need to bring this voice up again. So we are doing the reclaiming of this identity. This is what I feel, that we need to cover up for our second generation.
I have two initiatives that I want to talk about that are very related to the conversation that we had. I understood that the way that our parents or grandfathers and grandmothers was treated was wrong, was immoral and wrong. And I saw it in first hindsight, and I saw it with my own eyes, the way that the Israeli society does it again, does it with the Ethiopian community. The same exact stereotype. We do a ceremony that we present the documentation, we present the story, and we do a big, very emotional event. And it's incredible that you see older people standing in front of the portrait. We do a very big portrait, and they cry because they saw somebody heard the story. Somebody is put the story on paper, and it's there for the next generation of his own family, of his immediate family. I wrote a children's book that is trying to create a bridge between the generation of the grandfathers and grandmothers to the generation of the grandkids, and it's called Why Grandmas Call Me Kapara, and teach them the meanings of each and every word. And basically, I will do maybe a little bit of a spoiler. The meaning is love. She loves you. I mean, that's the meaning.
When I start to research the tradition, it leads me to be passionate to the language of the Jewry. And because the Jewry in the traditional Yemenite Jewish jewelry has a language, and when you learn the secret esoteric symbols, then the whole world revealed in front of you. And then you find yourself in a major conflict. I realized that I need to, or I want to continue this tradition, but I need to know this tradition first. So I bought a lot of books about the research book about the tradition, and to understand, because my family didn't pass the tradition correctly because they suffer from some philosophy that said that we need to erase your tradition to create a new Jewish, a new Israeli people. So So it influenced me a lot. My movement in this world to preserve the tradition, and I think it's really important for me and for the next generation to learn and not to be ashamed, to touch and to learn and to carry on you the tradition.
I have such a rich culture, which I thought I knew something about it, but I don't know anything. I knew the songs from my house, from my grandparents' house. I knew about the food. Everybody knows about the food. I knew about a little bit about the jewelry, but it was only the peak of the culture. And I felt like I need to research more and more and more, and to take out more layers of this culture. So I found out that the songs that already got into the Israeli canon of music was actually erased from other side of the Arabic Yemenite. They took only the parts of the Hebrew lyrics. When they took piyutim from the Diwan, so it's only the men's musical tradition. But even when they took it, they took only the parts in Hebrew and not in Arabic Yemenite, which is also kind of erasing the identity of the Arabs, and we only speak Hebrew. This was a bit surprise for me. And also about the women's songs, which is a tradition that it's not here, a tradition that passed away. So my little project was to take some of these songs and to put them in a more large landscape. I made an album with those songs, first to bring this tradition into the center of stage, and second to move it on, to let it be recorded and documented.
My experience is a little bit different because it was in the U.S. and it was all Ashkenazim, at least in the school that I went to. And I guess Shani is the only one who said that she didn't have like a split or a large group with her from her heritage. And so what I want to ask is, did you, aside from these stories, what happened to you, how did you feel dealing with those situations? Did you want to be part of the Ashkenazim?
When I was a kid, when I was a teenager, even a young man, you might say I drank the Kool-Aid. I mean, I was totally in that sense of the Ashkenazi are much better people than the Mizrahi. They're much more intelligent. They have a better culture. They have literature and music, and well, maybe the food is not that good, but you can win it all. And so that was my sense. And when I studied in the university, I also studied Jewish studies, and of course all the thinkers and all the Rabbanim and all the books was written by European Jews, of course. And your culture doesn't have any books. Your culture doesn't have any knowledge. So it's irrelevant. And my sense was I should be thankful and just understand that I have a lot to learn from them. And if I will play my cards right, I can assimilate myself and be a part of that success, the Israeli success story. And it took me a few events and a few incidents and quite a few years to understand that all that was a big lie, and it wasn't that my culture doesn't have any heritage, doesn't have any thinkers or books or thinkers or what. All those things that I mentioned, and actually all of us, I think, and a lot of my friends are doing an action of rediscovering, of reclaiming, and maybe a little bit like an archaeologist. You have to chip away the different layers to reach the reality, which is the truth. I mean, it's not made up reality, and we don't glorify the past. I mean, we have the culture, rich enough culture to relate to that we can lay on, and we can use it as a platform for us to to grow and evolve. It took me quite a few years and quite a little bit of effort of discovering that with myself and do a little bit of research and understanding the way that the Israeli society is construct. A lot of it is based on racism and a lot of it is based on erasing. The action, the most common action is with my culture is erasing. It's an erased culture and you have to rediscover it.
So true. So I just wanted to reiterate that this is really what we're doing today, is really reclaiming the identity, and I hope that everybody's involved in it in some way or another. I think that those 4 participants really gave us a spectrum of what it could be. And I want to make sure that we acknowledge Ellie, who's one of our co-hosts, and they were responsible for recording this interview and for bringing together those 4 young people in Israel. So thank you very much, and we'll hear more about Ellie later.
Next, we are welcoming a UAE resident, Edwin Shuker. He is an Iraqi Jewish businessperson and philanthropist, born in Baghdad to a dwindling community that has been living continuously in that region since 586 BC. Edwin works to preserve Jewish shrines and sites to keep the link between Iraq and its displaced Jewish community. Edwin was vice president of the European Jewish Congress and a member of the executive of the Board of Deputies of British Jews. Mr. Shuker, thank you for joining us and sharing your views on reclaiming identity.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. My name is Edwin Shuker. I was born on the 23rd of July, 1955 in Baghdad, Iraq. I spent there 16 years. The first 8 years were like paradise. I have very fond memories of the Tigris, of the school, of the neighbors, of the good life. All changed in 1963. We were called to come with our Iraqi identity cards, and lo and behold, we queued there for days. We handed over the Iraqi nationality cards, and instead we were given yellow cards to distinguish us exclusively as Jews. And for the first time in 2,600 years, we were no longer citizens, full citizens of that place, but actually second or third class. Then a spiral downwards, leading to the 67 war between Israel and its Arab neighbors, saw that our status become less and less, culminating on January 27th, 1969, with the announcement that aspiring was caught, tried, sentenced to death, and their bodies were hanging in the main public squares of Baghdad and Basra. Then came the names. And out of 14 of those innocent martyrs, 10 were Jews. And all day long, their bodies were hanging with the word Jew written on the front on a white sheet with their names and addresses on the back. The following months saw 50 people being either disappearing or tortured to death or hanged. Life resembled hell. Thank God we finally managed in 1971 to escape with the clothes we have on via the mountains of Salahuddin in Kurdistan and with the help of the brave Kurdish people. We arrived to the United Kingdom as refugees. We were granted asylum, and we began again building our lives. We established ourselves, and until June this year, I was vice president of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, the umbrella organization for all Jews of Britain. In the 80s, I gave a talk. I gave a talk about Iraq and its Jews. And a national sub-editor who should know better came to me and said, Mr. Shuker, this is brilliant. I just did not know there were Jews in Iraq. His statement came as a lightning to me and changed my life. There it was in my own lifetime, the story and history of my people, of my ancestors, those who built a civilization were being written off the history of the Middle East. In all places, nowhere teaching it in schools, not in Israel, not in Britain, and certainly not in Iraq. And I took this responsibility upon myself, not in my watch, not what I will not sit still and watch my history being erased in front of my eyes. And so I embedded myself with everything which is Iraqi. And in 2003, the first opportunity, when the Saddam regime fell, I was there. I was in Baghdad, the first Iraqi Jew who returned. I carried on going there regularly. And in 2015, I bought a house there. I bought a house as a statement that this Jew is not going to let go of its roots. He's not going to let go of his heritage. He's here to reclaim it. And what a heritage. We still have the shrines of 6 biblical prophets. We still have our cemeteries, our schools, hundreds of synagogues in little places. Only Baghdad had 54 synagogues in 1950. And so I carry on this struggle, the struggle to reclaim my roots, to reclaim my identity, and to reclaim my shrine, my prophets, and the cemetery where my grandfather is buried. And that is my way of reconnecting with my roots. Recently, and thanks to the Abrahamic Accords, a dream of mine is being fulfilled in front of my very own eyes. For the Jew and the Arab, the sons of Ibrahim, of Abraham, to be together, to work together hand in hand as the brothers who they are. And so 50 years after being in Europe, I moved to Dubai to be there with the minyan of Rabbi Abadie, my dear friend who we heard from him before, and to be a player in the new world that is unfolding, the world where we hope that the Jew and the Arab will bring peace and prosperity to this region. And thus, this is my way of reclaiming my identity.
Edwin, thank you. Your passion and commitment are evident and hopefully contagious. You have done so much in preserving the physical heritage of the Jews of Iraq and ensuring Jewish continuity in the UK.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing you again soon, Edwin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
The Jewish exile spread far and wide. Today, the world has shrunk, and there is an ingathering of exiles both physically and virtually. There are Jews of Arab heritage, African heritage, Persian, Eastern European, Indian, Chinese, Western Sephardic, Eastern Sephardic, and there are those of almost every culture. There's an underlying connection among the Jews of a shared historical heritage, as well as a cross-reference with the majority population in every society.
By creating a strong sense of self through a pride in one's history and heritage and placing it in the context of a greater society, we are creating a next generation of empathetic, self-confident, and accepting critical thinkers. The ASF IJE realizes its mission through bringing knowledge and pride to new audiences and generations, serving as a centralized resource for learning about Jewish customs, traditions, and history, producing new online content for diverse audiences, celebrating milestones and holidays together with Jews from around the world, conducting academic conferences, I would like to thank our sponsors for today, the La'ad Leadership Foundation, for making this program and many other programs a reality. It is only with sponsors and donations that we will be able to continue and expand upon these programs. Thank you to our co-hosts for today, the Heritage Center for Middle East and North Africa, Jewry, Ellie Tamar, and the Dahan Center, who is our next presenter.
Dr. Shimon Ohayon was born in Morocco and immigrated to Israel with his family in 1956. He's currently the director of the Dahan Center at Bar Ilan University, which focuses on celebrating the unique and distinct heritages that form the Jewish narrative. While serving in the Knesset, it was he that introduced the legislation that led to November 30th being commemorated as the date to mark the departure and expulsion of Jews from Arab countries and Iran. Welcome, Dr. Ohayon, and thank you for joining us.
Shalom. Good evening. Here in Israel, I don't know. I think by you, I think it's good morning. Yeah.
Right. Well,
Okay,
we can say both.
We can say both. Okay. Erev Tov and Boker Tov. First, I want to thank all the organizers for this special relay event, especially Mr. Jason, Dr. Drora Arusi, and others that I have seen. I'm not familiar with them. I had the privilege to work with Mr. Jason and Dr. Drora Arusi, and I'm glad to be here with you. I just came also for a special meeting by the house of the President of the State of Israel, in which we dedicate now a special event to commemorate this day, November 30th, or that especially was after Kaftet Ben-November. And I want to go through a few words that I prepared for this meeting. Before the UN resolution on the foundation of the State of Israel on November 29th, 1947, as a matter of fact, in the middle of the discussion, the Egyptian emissary to the UN, Hasson-Nahoum, rose up stating that all Jewish communities in Arab countries would pay the price and suffer greatly in the event of such a resolution. And indeed, to our sorrow, his prophecy came true. And with this decision, Jews in Arab countries suffered attacks and pogroms, as we know. Riots took place in all Arab countries. And we will mention especially the communities that suffered prolonged events. And the same year, 1947, violent attacks erupted against the Jews in Haleb, Syria. 75 Jews were murdered and hundreds were injured. Half of the Jewish community fled the city of Haleb. The same thing happened in Lebanon, in attacks on the Jewish community in 1948, which followed previous attacks in November 1945 in Tripoli. This went on for years in Lebanon, where a relatively small Jewish community lived. Moving on to Jews in Iraq, they experienced as early as 1941 a well-known Farhud that resulted in 180 Jews murdered and 240 injured. 600 businesses were robbed and 100 houses were destroyed. With the founding of the State of Israel, the government of Iraq passed a law allowing Jews to leave the country if they relinquished, gave up, in a matter of fact, their citizenship. Of course, as non-citizens, all of their property was seized by the Iraqi government. The same thing happened in Libya. In 1945, 130 Jews were murdered, hundreds were hurt, and 400 lost their homes. Over the years, the government of Libya declared that the Jews must temporarily leave Libya and could take no more than $50 worth of property. Thus, most of their property was left behind in Libya. This train of events recurred from country to another country. In Tunisia, Algeria, Yemen, and more, the Jewish communities, that all of them suffered from terrible events that left no hope for continuing to live there in security. The Arab League pressed Arab governments to prevent Jews from making Aliyah to Israel and to restrict their freedoms. In the end, nearly 1 million Jews fled these countries. 25 years after the UN resolution, the Jewish communities in Arab countries had in effect been obliterated. These Jewish communities had existed for 2,000 years, knew that, of course, that they knew times that were better or worse, periods of prosperity, and also periods of persecution, usually on a religious basis. 2,000 years of cultural, social, and spiritual activity, which contributed greatly to the people of Israel, ended in a brief period. The state of Israel received these Jews, and this was accompanied by economic, social, and cultural hardship. Essentially, these Jews experienced trauma from the time of their departure and eviction from the countries in which they had lived. Unfortunately, everything I have just said was unknown for many years in the Israeli society, and especially in the educational system. The fact that the story of Jews from Arab countries was unknown caused many of them to feel that they did not belong, even estranged from their surroundings, because the history of their communities was untold. And after all, we all shared the same hardships and the same fate, which caused the UN to decide on the founding of the State of Israel. It is this fate that brought about the attacks on the Jews in Arab countries. We can see how everything is intertwined. The question that troubled many is why we didn't hear really in our curriculum, especially in the schools, about all these events. It took the educational system a long time until it found inappropriate to address this issue in lessons on the history of the people of Israel. The lack of notice was across the board, related not only to the history, but also to the culture and art of these communities. Fortunately, many independent institutions documented and conserved their heritage. And thus today we can experience the first steps of more organized state support. With their arrival in Israel, great efforts were made by communal institutions and various organizations to conserve the rich and beautiful heritage that had existed in these communities outside of Israel. And indeed, Baruch Hashem, central institutions have been established as well as active, flourishing museums displaying the unique culture of each community and its contribution to the culture of the people of Israel. The educational system and other frameworks have gone through a long way that has forced them to recognize the cultural heritage of the former Jewish communities in Arab countries, and finally, to integrate this recognition into the curricula of schools. The cultural prosperity of recent decades is expressed in a rich variety of activities, from the publication of books describing spiritual and cultural leaders in these communities, to the unique musical and artistic contribution of each and every community. Today, we can witness the participation of musicians and artists from these communities in mainstream cultural programs in the state of Israel. And there is a feeling of anticipation as important heritage is being unveiled. Many parts of these communities which lived on the margins of society for years are recovering and attaining a respected place in the cultural activity of the state of Israel. For example, the Inbal Theatre displays the special artistry of Yemenite dance, the establishment of orchestras such as the Andalusian and the Firkat al-Nur orchestras bring forth North African and Middle East heritage, respectively. The Abraham Accords, as well by establishing ties with the Arab and Muslim countries, give hope for significant renewal of cultural activity of former Jewish communities from Arab countries. I would like to mention in particular the recent cultural and academic ties that have been renewed between Morocco and Israel. All of this gives us hope that the wondrous heritage that was on the verge of oblivion, nearly disappearing from the Jewish and international landscape, will experience new life as it garners the attention of state institutions in Israel. Of course, that which recognize its uniqueness and can, of course, contribute to the development and to the integration into Israel's society. It was very, very surprising for many Israeli academic conference that was dedicated to the Hebrew law in Morocco. People could not believe that the fact that the Moroccan government established and supported a center for research center for the Hebrew law in Essaouira and Rabat, together with the University of Mohammed V in Rabat. So all these, and especially the Abraham Accords, will give us also a hope that something is starting to move, and the heritage of these Jewish countries, the Jewish communities from Arab countries, will really take the right place and the respected place in our culture in Israel and also in the Jewish world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ohayon, and thank you for helping with the Dahan Center to preserve that heritage and make sure that we all know it. Like you said, there's been cultural and academic programs through the Dahan Center, and we appreciate it. And thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to have a little cultural interlude now. Two of the interviewees from a little back from Eytan Betamar. So we have Shani Oshri and Nama Pearl. And as they mentioned, they are renewing the culture of Jewish song, particularly women's Jewish song. So here they're going to be performing, one of the songs that we recorded of them. Thank you.
What a voice. Okay, the question begs to be asked, who am I? What makes me? What defines my identity? You're not the same as me, and yet you have a connection. You are the other, and yet we are both Arab, white, Jewish. If my identity distinguishes me from you, but we share part of an identity.
These are part of our identity struggles every day. How do we define ourselves? Moving across the world, we are now here with Dr. Sasha Goldstein-Sabach, Assistant Professor of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. Her recent book is titled Baghdadi Jewish Networks in the Age of Nationalism.
Dr. Sabah interviewed Miriam Levet, who is based in France, but has begun to travel to Tunisia, her mother's family homeland, for the past few years. She is a journalist and founder of Stay Tunes on Instagram.
And please do put into the chat any questions or comments you may have, as we are monitoring them, and we'd love to hear them. And now let's hear from Sasha and Miriam. There you go. Waiting to hear from Sasha and Miriam. No. C'est הקלטה.
Thank you for joining us. My name is Sasha Goldstein-Sabach, and I am Assistant Professor of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. And today, we will be talking with Miriam Levet about the kind of the role of the legacy and memory of Jews whose families come from the Muslim world. And I'm sure it's going to be a fascinating conversation. So perhaps, Miriam, you can introduce yourself briefly.
Yes, hi. My name is Miriam Levet. I'm French. I live in Paris and I work as a journalist. I write about women daily, but I have a side project called Stay Tuned, which is about Tunisian Jews. So that's what brought me here today. When I have little time, I say I'm French, and when I have plenty of time, I explain where I come from, because it's a whole mix, like many Jews. So my father's family, Levin, was Levi. Levin was Levi. They were French Jews. We say Israelite in French. They were in France. They had been in France for many, many years. So that's my very French Jewish side, Levin. And my mom's family is from both Poland and Tunisia. But my grandfather, the Polish one, lost all his family in Poland. He was living in Brazil at this time. And when he married my Tunisian grandmother, they went to live in Brazil, and my mom was born in Brazil. And then they came to France when my mom was a kid. So that's very Jewish. But the thing is that my mom only had her Tunisian family when she grew up in France. So she grew up mainly in a Tunisian family, and that's my Tunisian heritage.
Obviously, both of these traditions are important. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about, growing up, how the Tunisian side was represented and how the French traditional Israelite side was represented as well.
Of course. So I was both close from my French side and my Tunisian side. I mean, my both grandmas, I was close to them, so I spoke a lot to them. It was easier to know about my French side because it was everywhere, especially in Paris. There is a strong Jewish history. There are museums. There are many things. So I was more familiar to my Ashkenazi history. But my Tunisian grandma was the only one she was the only one that could cook. So it was very important. So we ate Tunisian at every Jewish holidays. And she had remained Tunisian. So she spoke a lot about Tunisia, even if I understood later that it was very complicated for her, because she always said it was great, extraordinary, Tunisia, and blah, blah, blah. But I understood that she had made everything possible to leave Tunisia. So it was complex. And as I think, as in many families, we didn't really speak about the real issues. So she always said it was great and she was missing Tunisia and the food and the sun and the beach and stuff. But we never spoke about more dark issues, which I regret because now she died. But that's all of my projects and all of my searching, the roots searching.
Because you grew up in this more Ashkenazi kind of Reform Judaism in Paris, which is very specific and maybe even not part of the larger Jewish demographic, and yet you've also been, over time drawn to your Tunisian roots.
And you see my face also. I look very North African, and my name is Miriam, which is not a detail because it's a Muslim name also. It's a Jewish and Muslim name. So what was interesting is that everybody thought I was Sephardic, 100%, everybody. And everybody thought I was Muslim most of the time. So I think that's also part of my history. Even if I was more in an Ashkenazi world, everybody thought I came from North Africa, which was true also because I have Tunisian roots. But people always think I'm from North Africa. So, of course, when you grow up like this, you start asking yourself questions and looking for your roots.
And when she took you there, did she speak Arabic? Or?
Yeah, so I discovered that because I didn't know my grandmother spoke Arabic because she never spoke Arabic in France. Since she had lived in Brazil and in the United States, I was used to hear her speak Portuguese, English, but Arabic never. So I discovered in Tunisia that when we went in the streets, in the markets and stuff, that she could speak Arabic. So I was kind of impressed. And with everybody was asking where we came from, because always the same thing. My name is Miriam. I look Arabic, and I was with her speaking Arabic. So they were like, who are they? It was fun. It was fun. But I started to realize the complexity of the Jewish history, but I was too young. And it took me many, many years after to understand the whole thing. And I think I will never understand everything, but that's another issue.
So, I mean, how do you feel in terms of the arc of Jewish history? I think actually you really represent everything when you talk about this.
Yeah, and I realized that very lately, I was like 35 when I realized that I was carrying a lot of Jewish history, and I said that as a joke in a broadcast that I represent all the Jewish traditions in France, because that very French Jewish tradition is also has a very strong history and about integration, a relationship to the Republic, and being a French citizen and being betrayed. I mean, it's also a heavy history. Now that I know more my Sephardic history, it's easier for me to say, okay, I'm French, but it's complicated. Let me explain. I was always said also that Jews and Muslims don't get along, which is not true, I think, but it's not easy to cope with that.
No. And it's complicated and personal, right? Because if someone speaks Arabic to you and then you respond and say, actually, I don't speak Arabic, I'm sorry.
But my name is Miriam, which is very Arabic. They don't get it. I think I spent like 15 years thinking about Jewish and Muslim relationship before I started thinking of my Sephardic heritage. I think it began like this. It began with me interested in how we live together, what do we have in common, what do we share, what makes us French, but different French people, but very close. And then I realized that I had my part of Arabic Jew heritage, but it was like taboo. And I know I can speak about that later.
Right. And actually, that's a common theme in France as well, is lots of people think that their grandparents were French citizens in Tunisia and Morocco. And of course, Algerian Jews were French. And then they do some research and they realize they weren't. And that's also part of the complicated relationship.
It was not always easy for them. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah. But they had that idea that Tunisia was a paradise, like, the lost paradise. The Sephardic, when they arrived in France in the 60s and the 50s and the 60s, they lived in the same places and the same buildings as Arabic people immigrating from North Africa.
As Muslims.
Muslims, yes. So I was like, okay, I love those stories. I've been working on them for 15 years. As a journalist, I was always very interested in those stories, but I never hear my story. I never hear the story of Sephardic people, and I think it's very rich, but I don't know exactly what. I was thinking about a documentary. I didn't know exactly, and I said, okay, the easiest, if I want to start now with a very easy tool, is my phone and only my phone. So Instagram is perfect because I spend a lot of time in Instagram. So it's going to be easy. I'm going to just to take some pictures and ask people how do they feel Tunisian Jews. And actually, I was thinking doing the interviews only in France. I was thinking I will do the interviews of Jews in France because I thought that in Tunisia, there were no more Jews. And I will take some nice, pretty pictures of synagogues in Tunisia and do the interviews in France. But I didn't realize what I was going to find in Tunisia, and that I was going to meet a lot of people in Tunisia, and that there was still a Jewish living community there. It's small, but it's living and very active. So it was fascinating for me. So that's how I left the first time for Tunisia. And I started the account Stay Tuned, which is a pun because Tun means Tunisian Jew. And then I was kind of overwhelmed because when I got there, I wasn't expecting that it could interest so many people in Tunisia, non-Jews, and the little community that is there. And so people were very curious. I had the Huffington Post Tunisia interviewing me because they thought it was really interesting to have that third generation coming back and stuff. So that's how it was like my first week. I had that interview. So I realized immediately that it was huge, and it was not only me, but something was happening. And that's why we are talking today. Like always, you think you are doing your little thing, and then you discover it's a bigger movement. And so it was really exciting for me to meet some people. I'm thinking about musicians, writers, filmmakers, food, like restaurant owners, and historians. People are doing things in many, many fields. And we are happy we have met in France because we can build events together, and it's starting to happen.
But it's almost as though you kind of started this personal journey because of your grandmother and also maybe a little bit your professional background. And then through it, you found a community who's making kind of Tunisian Jewish heritage live in the 21st century.
I think when I think about that, sometimes I get scared because it's too much. I have the feeling sometimes it's too much and time flies. And I'm not sure, maybe time flies against us because the eldest are not going to last forever. And so the Jewish community is getting smaller and smaller in Tunisia. And so the buildings, the synagogues, the cemeteries are, I'm afraid, I hope they won't disappear. So I think that's a very important stake now, that we do stuff to rebuild synagogues, to not abandon them. And so that's for the heritage side of the project. But what's my part as a journalist, as a French citizen, as a third generation kid, is how do we tell those stories? So, and as a journalist, of course, I want to tell the stories, and that's what I'm starting to do. And I hope I have more time and more possibilities to do that in the future. We need to tell the stories. How do we live with that heritage? What do we keep from that? What do we not keep from that? Because the world is changing. We are French or American or Israeli citizen. But we keep some tradition, and that's, for me, sometimes it's questioning, like, I'm a feminist journalist and I love non-feminist traditions, from the Sephardic world. So how do we live with everything? How do we cope with everything? I think we have to think about that. But for now, I think the emergency is that we write these stories, we take care about the monuments, we connect to each other, we connect different countries also, like Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, I guess Egypt also, and all the Mizrahim world, which is another story.
Thank you so much. Dr. Goldstein-Sabag, are you here with us?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes. Hi.
I hear you perfectly, and we don't need the slide. Wrong slide. Take off the slide, please. Sorry. So thank you so much, Sasha, for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit why you thought it was important or why you participated in this?
Well, I think one of the really interesting things that's going on today is we can talk, obviously, about exile and dissolution of these communities, but it's also of interest to know what the younger generations think. And I think we're seeing today that especially the grandchildren of people who left the Arab world really want to rediscover this heritage, maybe because their grandparents are no longer with them, because they have friends who come from Muslim backgrounds and they're discovering that actually they have similar culinary traditions or family traditions. And I think that's another way to celebrate the history and culture of Jews from the Islamic world in the 21st century, and to look at how these traditions are actually preserved in the younger generation. So I was really happy to speak with Miriam because she's certainly one of the most dynamic people in this regard, but actually going to Tunisia and working to preserve this identity and this history.
Yeah, and I thank you again for bringing her to us today. And again, like you said, it's the third generation that's still refines this need to connect. And I think we're finding that, and thanks to your research, people can. So thank you also to everything you do, and thank you for joining us.
It was a pleasure, as always.
Thanks. We'll see you soon. Okay, so now we're going to move across the ocean because we were just in Europe, for those who don't remember. And we're going to now go to Professor Yolande Cohen and her daughter, Dr. Sarah Cohen-Fournier. Montreal has a strong Sephardi and Moroccan heritage and community. This mother and daughter team have a personal connection to the Moroccan Jewish community, but also professionally conducted a survey of the Jews in Montreal. Let's take a peek into their interview and hear what they had to say.
My name is Yolande Cohen. I'm born in Aubagne, France, because my parents were on their way to go from Morocco to Israel, and I'm born in 1950 in a transit camp. But there were many camps in the area for the Jews of North Africa transiting to Israel, because it was 1948 when my parents went, and they stayed there for a couple of years, and I'm born at that moment. And after that, they couldn't go because their parents their family told them that it was not very easy for them to be in Israel. So they came back to Morocco. So I grew up actually in Meknes, which is the town where my parents and their family had been for a few centuries. So, and I emigrated to France again for my studies, graduate and postgraduate, and moved to Montreal, where I live now. I immigrated in 1976, a couple of years after my parents settled in Montreal in 74 from Morocco.
Well, she's my mom, so you can just take her story and then add a few more years. She met my dad at a conference
in Quebec City.
And I was born in 87 at, I think it's the
Montreal Jewish
General Hospital. And we grew up in a Jewish-ish family.
So yes, my profession, I am a university professor. I had been ever since I arrived in Montreal. So I'm an old-timer university professor. I'm teaching history, contemporary history at the Université du Québec à Montréal in French.
But you're not being very specific on.
I'm really involved in gender history and in Moroccan Jewish history. I had been conducting research on the Moroccan Jews immigration for the last 30 years and published many things on that immigration.
Yeah, and it's something you started also with Mamie.
Yeah. And I worked on this with my mother. She did some interviews that are now published. And we have a bulk of almost 100 interviews of Moroccan Jews moving to Montreal, but also in France and some in Israel. Multi-generational.
Yeah, because I got to be involved as well.
Right.
So Stephen Hay approached you to do the part on Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews, part of the project for the Montrealers displaced by war and genocides and human rights violation.
It was a very interesting project. It was a moment of reckoning. We had been working on that project on similar questions on oral histories of Moroccan Jews, but in a different approach. And with Sarah entering the project as well, as a team of students, it was really the moment where in the interviews, when you approach the people that we were interviewing, they felt that they were the wrong. They were in the wrong place. They said, "We were not refugees. We were not expelled. What are you talking about? Maybe I can refer you to someone I know that has been a refugee of. But me, it's not me. I'm a Moroccan Jew. I left by myself, and that prompted Sarah to do a very important work on the trauma. Maybe you can expand on that."
Yeah, so we ended up kind of doing some papers on that because the interviews were all very interesting, that there were a lot of silences. And so people were not actually discussing the difficult parts, but brushing it around it and then going into the kind of like, oh, I have so much agency. I left because I wanted to. And then when you were starting to dig a bit more and trying to do these oral histories, so oral history is like basically trying to get the life story of the person and trying to unfold a bit of the narrative that they've been having in their life. And when we're talking about the exile, people just left it blank. It was one or two sentences. It was, well, I decided, or we left that. And we're interviewing actually not just Jews from Morocco, we're interviewing Iraqi Jews, Iranian Jews, like Jews from Egypt, that had like a lot more hardship, maybe that was kind of experienced than maybe Jews from Morocco, although there was a lot of hardship that was also experienced by Jews from Morocco. But it took many, many interviews before we got to the actual
when we got there, because usually the blank was really persistent, and even the denial. Many times they said, "Oh, les voyages forment la jeunesse." Why did you leave Morocco? They said, "Oh, because I like to travel, and I was young and I wanted to travel." So many people with very high conscious of themselves were totally unaware and unable to access. And even me, it was very difficult for me to access this idea that this migration was a traumatic one, and that arriving in those different countries and being in France as an immigrant, being even in Canada as an immigrant was a very difficult and complicated matter. It was really a defining moment, and a moment where we realized that after all, yes, it was probably a non-coerced migration for the French-speaking Jews of my group, that we left to go study in France. But then we couldn't go back, and our parents couldn't. We couldn't go back. I mean, we went back. We went several times back to Morocco, but as a tourist, which was also a very difficult way of being in Morocco. So it was very uneasy to tackle what was going on. So.
And I think to kind of go, I remember hearing the story of when Papi and Mimi left with, and you weren't there, you're already in France, but you were trying to get the story from my grandfather. And then he would always say, "Oh, well, we left in Ramadan, so they weren't our friends that were our friends, like our neighbors couldn't see us. So we packed everything, we left a lot of things out, and we just drove with some possession that we put into Claude's diaper."
Right, my younger brother.
And then they didn't tell the kids that they were actually leaving. They had actually taken all the stuff and said that they were going on a trip or something,
right,
with like just like some school books, and then they drove up, and they were very scared, like
very scared.
You know what they were saying. And then I think it was interesting because you were mentioning trauma, because we hear about narratives of displacement and working especially with that group that framed it in that way.
Right, because the trauma was really felt very deeply and not expressed. And because of this denial of the whole group, living as just a way to get a better life, or to be in Canada because Canada is almost like the United States and we could eventually make a better life for the children. When I was younger, I was hearing my parents wondering where they would go, and they wouldn't go to Israel because people were telling them that life there was very difficult, so we wouldn't go there. And France, my mother wouldn't go to France because it was too expensive and she didn't feel like we were going to be able to have a good life there. So they settled for Montreal, where my mother had a sister and her nephews living there. And it turned out to be hell for her. Because it was very difficult, really, for the sisters to go along. Also, because for my father, it was very difficult for him to make a living. And Sarah had been talking to very much with my father before he died. And she could feel that he was just making things just looking good.
Yeah.
And but it was difficult.
Yeah. But he never really complained.
No, he didn't. He didn't. No.
For him, the most important was that family was together and that we can practice Judaism in a safe way. Judaism for him meant, very personal relationship to God, but at the same time, all the rituals that were involved. And so he gathered the family all the time. Like when Mami passed away, I was 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
My brother was 3 months old?
Yeah.
And then he didn't cook much at the time.
No.
But then he started cooking. And so he would call up our aunt in France and get all the recipes so that he could actually bring people together because he knew if the food was good. And so he would make these elaborate meals. There's so much wealth of knowledge in the story of food and how there's why are we cooking these long processed food? Like for me, it was kind of like, where is this coming from? Okay, there's Shabbat, but you can prepare them beforehand and keep them warm. And then kind of learning about these traditions that have been going on since Inquisition, right? So the fact that you needed to have a stove constantly running when you were in Spain during the Inquisition, so that basically, you didn't have people coming and knocking at your door being like, why are you not cooking on Saturday? And then being able to be told that you're Jewish or not, right? And so these traditions have continued and we continue to do them. So we actually ended up doing a project with some friends called Roots and Recipes, looking at the stories of people's immigration to Montreal, but at the same time looking at how recipes have been brought and forged in some ways. What happened with the Sephardi Jews when they came in was to actually start their own schooling process. So they were able to kind of allow for what was more difficult because of the political tension in Quebec that was happening at the time for maybe some of the Ashkenazi. That there was very strict rules for immigrants that if you were coming from an immigration background, you weren't allowed to send your kids to English school. Versus if you were an immigrant, you could go and send your kids to a French school. So basically, in some ways, the Sephardi Jews were able to kind of write onto that and establish these very kind of supported and very well-functioning schools from the
and well supported by the government. That got lots of money from the government because they were francophone to establish the first Jewish school in French in North America.
And I think that's what established the main identity, I would say, of the community in many ways. And we didn't go to these schools.
No, you didn't go because
she made a decision. My identity to Judaism wasn't as, I guess, entrenched because my friends were not Jewish, most of them. I think maybe one of the elements that brought me a bit of more of strongest Jewish identity is from the camp. And so it's allowed me to have a stronger connection to Judaism. But it's interesting because I was thinking back and a lot of my friends from university, they're all Jewish. And then so later on, maybe afterwards, and even my gang of people in Montreal, a lot of them are Jewish.
And not necessarily Sephardic, they're both Ashkenazi and Jewish. And I think that's a trend that is going on in some groups in Montreal with the Musée de Montréal Juif, which is trying to mix Ashkenazi and Sephardi and not have this really stupid divide between the two communities. To live a Jewish life with their rituals. In Montreal, we have this chance, in a way, to be able to do that.
I went to a Sephardic Rite synagogue here in Silicon Valley, and it was quite interesting because my mom said, so was it similar, you know? And I said, yes, the singing was similar, but also one of the other things that was similar is how they yelled at the women to shut up. So there's something, you know, that was just very warm and kind of like made me feel at home when they like told the woman, if your kids are making too much noise, get them out, you know, which I think is very Sephardic in some ways.
So welcome back. I want to say thank you to those who are putting in the chat where you're signing in from. Please continue to do that. We like to see where in the world people are signing in from. We know where in the world our participants are from. I also have some comments here, and it's interesting. Thank you to Michelle. The real reason they left is that the parents did not want to see their children marry non-Jews, especially in Tunisia when the country became independent. So I like that we're putting in our own parts of the story. This whole campaign or project is really meant to have each of you exploring your own stories and each of us exploring our own stories. And so please do continue to explore it within the chat and put, again, where you're from originally, where you're from now, and questions and comments. Thank you. Liad.
Our next guest is on the west coast of the U.S., but is from Miami herself. She comes to us through our co-host, One Table, after a trip to Morocco and then some quarantine time research. She was invited to co-host a Mizrahi Remembrance Shabbat with One Table. Welcome, Ellie. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for inviting me to join you today for this special program. I've really enjoyed hearing from all of the speakers so far. So my name is Ellie Ben-Hamo, and I work for One Table as their National Director of Major Gifts. One Table is a nonprofit that empowers Jewish young adults in the United States to become leaders and build community through hosting Shabbat dinners in their homes. And the Shabbat dinner table was really the place where all of my cultures came together. I'm a first-generation American. My family is Israeli, Moroccan, and Spanish on my Abba's side, Cuban, Venezuelan, and also Spanish on my mom's. And our chosen family, the family that we did all of the holidays with, are from Yemen, Iran, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Israel. My Saba and Safta left a lot of our family history in Morocco when they made Aliyah to Israel, but they always stayed very culturally and ritually connected. I grew up in a part of Miami where most of my friends were not Jewish, or they were Ashkenazi and had no exposure to the Mizrahi traditions like my family has. So at 12 years old, I threw an epic Moroccan-themed bat mitzvah party in Miami with henna and hookah and belly dancing and even fake camels. It was amazing, but for years following my bat mitzvah, I didn't really go out of my way to explore my Mizrahi heritage until I became a young professional. When I moved to San Francisco, I began living in a Moishe house, and I began hosting events for the young adult community. I started realizing that some of the Jewish rituals that I grew up doing were not as widespread among the greater Jewish community as I thought that they were, like wearing white on the high holidays. And I began learning about other people's traditions that they grew up with, like singing tunes I hadn't heard to songs that I already knew, and using different ingredients in their haroset. I wanted to celebrate that. So in 2019, I planned an annual Global Passover Traditions event where I researched ancient and modern Passover traditions observed throughout the world, and I showcased them to my community through stories and games. Later that year, I was invited to participate in a Jewish leadership mission to Morocco with JDC and Twine, also known as The Joint. This was the first time that I was able to visit Morocco and start piecing together some of the stories that I had heard from my Abba, from my family in Israel, and things that I had only seen pictures of growing up. I knew I had friends back home who were interested and shared this curiosity with me. So I decided to document my journey on social media, specifically on Instagram. Each day, I shared pictures and videos of the different historic sites that we had visited, like the synagogues that had been there for hundreds of years, and street names that were recently recovered with Hebrew letters. I shared conversations that I had with locals, the history that I was learning, and things I was uncovering about my family's time there. So many people followed me on this virtual, personal homecoming journey, and it was really quite an interactive experience. I then had the opportunity to fly directly, well, not really directly, now they have direct flights, but I was able to fly from Morocco to Israel with a stopover and visited my family in Israel. It was so powerful to share these pictures and stories in real time, while also participating in a Torah dedication ceremony that my Savta had coordinated in memory of my father and grandfather. This Torah was being welcomed into their small neighborhood Moroccan synagogue in Israel, in Rishon LeZion, that my family has been praying at for nearly 70 years. Just a few months after I returned from this trip, the world shut down because of the pandemic. I went back to my childhood home in Miami for the beginning of quarantine, and Passover was the first real Jewish holiday that we celebrated in lockdown. I wanted to do something special for Mimuna, since I had really come to love and appreciate this ending of Passover tradition after learning more about it from locals in Morocco. In addition to keeping up with my Global Passover Traditions event and hosting it that year over Zoom, my mom and I decided to invite people into our home virtually over Instagram for Mimuna. We had about 70 people join us on Instagram, and we walked them through the process of making mafleta, setting the table with all of the traditional foods for Mimuna, like the nuts and the jams and the dates. And a few months later, I got back to San Francisco, and I was asked to co-host a Mizrahi Remembrance Month Shabbat with One Table, Moishe House, and Jemena. I co-hosted this event with my fellow Moroccan friend, Zach, on Zoom. Zach and I are both Moishe House residents who are regularly hosting Shabbat dinners with One Table, the Jewish nonprofit that I now work for. I didn't work for them at the time. And we had about 45 people join us from across the country for what was a very special virtual Mizrahi Shabbat dinner, where we shared stories about our personal family heritage, traditional foods, and we even dressed in our favorite kaftans. Most importantly, we invited our guests to share any stories about their traditions if they too identified as Mizrahi. We had so many people telling incredible stories and sharing pictures. It was really quite fascinating. One man even had a traditional instrument that he used to play tunes for us from different Arab countries. And some people even showed us some family heirlooms that they had in their house. Because we were virtual, everybody was in their own space, so they were able to actually bring their things with them to the screen and share them with everyone. The common threads between all of the experiences that I just shared with you are definitely the food, the community, and the storytelling. And even though the methods I and my community used to gather and deliver these stories changed over time, each of them were incredibly powerful. And through them, I've personally been able to reclaim my heritage, especially over the last few years. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a little bit about my story and also to hear from so many others today.
Nope. Oh. Thank you so much, Ellie. It was so much bigger and broader and actually inspiring. So I hope that everybody takes just a little bit of that back to their own communities and really shares like you do. Chazak u'baruch. Really continue with what you do. Very impressive. Thank you. And hopefully we'll have you back for other programs as well. So now we're going to go to our second song interlude. We have Shiri Oshri and Naama Pearl back. Shiri, they're both trained classical musicians. Shiri is an opera singer by trade, and both of them really decided to go back to their roots, as you see in some of the clips that we'll have throughout the day. But let's just enjoy their Yemenite song in Arabic Yemenite.
Oh
just stunning. And I have to tell you, it is even better live because I was there in the recording, and I have to tell you, beautiful. We're going to hear from the two of them a little bit later as well again. But I do encourage you, if you ever see them playing, just wonderful, whether it's the classic or the Mizrahi part that they're singing. Both amazing artists. At the ASF Institute of Jewish Experience, we have a calling to ensure that today's Jews know their history, appreciate the beauty, depth, diversity, and vitality of the Jewish experience, and have a sense of pride for the Jewish contribution to civilization. We celebrate the diversity within the Jewish people, as well as their relationships with their neighbors in their global diasporas.
We are here now to share the history, culture, and pride of our individual heritage as part of the greater Jewish narrative. Judaism is a mosaic, and each piece comes together to make the wonderful picture that is the full Jewish experience. We are here to share our differences, our otherness, and our togetherness as well.
I would like to thank our sponsors for today, the Laad Leadership Fund, for making this program and many other programs a reality. It is only with sponsors and donations that we will be able to continue and expand upon these programs. Thank you to our co-hosts of today, the Heritage Center for Middle East and North African Jewry, Ekol Mimonid, Elebe Tamar, and the Dahan Center. Building on the Dahan Center, we heard beforehand from Dr. Ohayon about the November 30th and its significance on the Israeli calendar. And now in the greater Jewish world, as we are broadcasting now. It was only with the work of our next presenter that this legislation came to fruition.
Ashley Perry is a strategic consultant, content manager, and creator, and public relations advisor to heads of state, governments, individuals, companies, and organizations in a variety of fields and areas. He is also the founder of Reconnector, an organization established to strengthen the Jewish people through a reconnection between the descendants of Spanish and Portuguese Jewish communities and the Jewish world. He was instrumental in promoting the legislation in the Knesset for November 30th to be accepted as the day of commemoration of the Jews of Arab lands and Iran.
Ashley, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So we want to, if you could tell us a little bit about what drove you to help establish this day and what you think the significance of it is.
Thank you very much, Drora. So I'd like to take us a little bit further back. I see Dr. Shimon Ohayon is still online, but I'd like to take this further back really to its infancy. And the process for this really began in 2008, 2009. During that time, we had a new government, and I was asked to join the office of then Deputy Foreign Minister Danny Eytan. And I remember sitting with Danny and talking about what our agenda is going to be over the next few years. And I said to him, as the son of an immigrant from Algeria, perhaps one of the issues we should take on was the issue of the Jews from Middle East and North Africa. And he basically said to me, you have a green light, let's go for it. So there's a lot that we did. We wrote a paper for the National Security Council on the need to have more official sort of sites in Israel, including a museum, which we're hoping to build in the coming years. Dror is working with us obviously on that and various other things. And after a certain amount of time, we decided one of the things lacking on the Israel and perhaps even international diaspora Jewish calendar was a day to remember the Exodus, the expulsion, however you want to put it, the departure of the Jews from Middle East and North Africa, because it was surely lacking. You know, there was nothing on the calendar really that represented, especially in Israel, where the majority of Jews come from the Middle East and North Africa, there was nothing representing this community. So we wrote an initial draft, and those who understand the vagaries of Israeli government system know that there's a sort of firewall, or supposedly a firewall, between the government and the legislature. And as the Deputy Foreign Minister, he was not able to introduce a law. So at the time, we were looking to introduce it as an executive order. The problem with that is that an executive order can be relatively easily overturned by a subsequent government. And in the end, it just didn't work out. It was supposed to go through a government minister. At the time, it was Yolande, who was in charge of national ceremonies, dates, etc. And we worked very well with him, but in the end, it just didn't work out. And in 2013, if I'm not much mistaken, Shimon will be able to correct me on this, Shimon became a member of Knesset, and we brought this law, which had already been drafted, to him. It went through a number of changes, obviously, to basically create this day. And I just want to talk about the three major elements in it, and then one important but less, let's say, crucial element of this. There were three legs to this law. The first is, and we approached each minister to make sure that it was, a real central part. The foreign minister, who at the time was Victor Lieberman, who we worked very well with, and Shimon was in his political party, so it was a relatively easy conversation, and one that he supported, was to make sure, as foreign minister, in the law it said that the foreign minister is obligated to ensure that this issue is brought up when relevant in international discussions, and that on the date itself, November 30th, subsequently it was November 30th, our embassies and consulates would ensure that events would be held around the world to mark this day. The second leg was the ministry, which was the relevant ministry in charge of the issue of the Jews in the Middle East and North Africa, was at that time it was called the Ministry of Pensioners Affairs. This was an old deal between Rabbi Eytan, who was Minister of Pension Affairs, and then Prime Minister Netanyahu, where the issue would be brought out of the Ministry of Justice and put into his ministry. He wanted obviously have more meat to his ministry, so he asked for that and he got it. So from that moment onwards, the issue would always be put in the Pensioners Affairs. Now I believe it's social equality. And he obligated himself, he agreed to obligate himself to hold a national official ceremony and to have any official events surrounding the day under his office. And we worked at the time with Arielle, who was very easy to work with and agreed to obligate himself to this. The third one was on education. And I remember during the debates in the Knesset, because obviously when a law goes through each reading, it has to go back to the committee to discuss various elements of this. And we had various bureaucrats from the education ministry who said, we don't need this. We teach about the history of the Jews in the Middle East and North Africa regularly, and tried to tell us that there was many elements in the curriculum about it. We asked them frequently to show us these elements, which on many occasions they were unable to do. But there became, not to really defame anyone in particular, but there became a bit of a fight with the education minister who didn't want this. I remember at one point we were told, just because there's a Holocaust Remembrance Day, you should have one as well, which I thought was a problematic statement. But we really, I wouldn't say fought, but there was definitely a challenge there that went back and forth. And in the end, if you look at the law, if you look at the actual wording, the education minister refused to obligate himself to ensure on one day a year, the Jews in the Middle East and North Africa would have their history told. In the end, it was something less. We had to find, I can't remember the exact Hebrew wording, but we had to find something much, much less than an obligation, something closer to a recommendation, which was obviously when we started to understand that there were certain forces out there for some reason, I was quite surprised, did not want this law to be passed. And just another point about the date. We had a bit of a debate around the date. I found a date, I believe it was in April or May, where it was with Hasson-Nahoum, who runs Justice for Jews in the US. We found a date where the Arab League debated and adopted a recommendation to place sanctions on Jews under the countries, member states of the Arab League. But when we went to the government legal official, he said that we didn't have enough information for that. And short of going down to the Arab League archives in Cairo, we wouldn't be able to present. So a compromise was made, which was November 30th. I'll tell you that I was against it a little bit because I think it connects itself too much to Israel. the re-establishment of Jewish sovereignty, and basically sort of shows that nothing happened until the partition plan and the state of Israel, and everything was fine before then, which we know quite simply wasn't. The Farhood predated the partition plan and many other things. And I think that the focus of the day was really to try and place the blame where it was, on the Arab League, and not really on, Zionism, the state of Israel. But, sometimes, the perfect is the enemy of the good, as they say, and we just had to pass it through. I do remember, again, some challenges in even passing that through at the Government Committee on Legislation. For something to be adopted by the government, it has to pass by the Ministerial Committee, where every party in the coalition has to agree to it. And our representative at the time, Agriculture Minister Yair, who was very supportive and very helpful in the process, was supposed to push it through, but because of a family emergency in the middle of the meeting, he left. And without his persuasion, without naming names, other ministers who didn't want this basically ensured that it would be dropped from the agenda. So it didn't pass even through that level. We then decided, again, with the help of Yair, and obviously Shimon was centrally involved in this, to try and ensure that it got on a later date. We had one last chance to put it back up. And thankfully, through a lot of lobbying, we went to pretty much every minister on the committee and tried to argue on the merits of the law, on the basis of what we believed would best sell it to them. Thankfully, in the end, it passed through. And when it got to the Knesset floor, Nissim Ze'ev of Shas also put his name to it. He believed as someone who had passed former laws on the issue, he should be associated with it, so he was added to the law. And then when it actually reached the Knesset plenary floor, it passed through relatively easy. I think, if I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was passed through pretty easily with a very large majority. Unfortunately, I would say that since we're talking now about 7 years ago, it's unfortunate, if you speak to Israelis or even Jews around the world, the date itself today is really not on the global Jewish agenda. I think we made massive inroads, and certainly we see events around the world, whether it's organized by the Israeli embassy, as the law mandates, Jewish communities, or even in Israel in official events. But if you go to the streets of Israel and you ask the average Israeli, do you know what day it is? Do you know what today we commemorate? Do you know what this is the official national day of? I think 95% of the people wouldn't know. So I think we have a lot of work to do. The law was an important step to put down a marker to make sure that at least on one day, the history, the tradition, the heritage and the culture, and the subsequent dispossession, departure and expulsion of the Jews in the Middle East and North Africa is commemorated. But I believe that we still have a lot of work to do. So I really would encourage us all really to take this year to try and ensure that by next November 30th, this becomes a day which is on the calendar of every single global Jewish institution, educational, organizational, to ensure that the story, the 2,500 plus years of the story of the Jews in the Middle East and North Africa is told, because it's such an important element of the global Jewish story. It's an important element for global Jewish solidarity. And I just want to thank the American Sephardi Federation and the other partners to this event to ensure that at least everybody's doing their bit. And even if we're only convincing a handful more people of the need for this date to commemorate this date, I believe that we'll get there. We just have a lot of work to do.
Agreed. Thank you so much. This was very important. And one of the things you said is reaching out to me, because when we were putting this together and talking to people about it, many of them asked, what's November 30th? What's special about it? And I think that's part of what we're doing here, is spreading it around the world. So thank you for explaining it and the history of it. And I think that's an important part of it as well. So thank you for joining us today. And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. See you soon.
Amazing. Again, thank you, Ashley, for your words. It's super inspiring, and your passion ensure that Your passion ensured that we are talking about the diversity with Judaism well beyond this day as well. ASF Institute of Jewish Experience conducted a survey of Jews in English-speaking lands to try and understand the background of those Jews and their connection to the greater Jewish experience. One of the questions asked was which practices and histories were taught in your Judaic studies classes. As empirical data had told us before, it was overwhelmingly Ashkenazi.
As you can see on the slide.
No wonder there is a disconnect between identities. One may be a proud Iranian at home, speaking Persian, hitting with scallions on Passover, and sharing stories of visits to the graves of Mordechai and Esther. Yet in school, their long and strong history is all but ignored. Invite your friends to share in this discussion as we continue our 5-hour broadcast encouraging reclaiming identity.
Okay. Our next guest is going to come a little later in 20 minutes, so we're going to go past that. Sorry, we're a little out of order here, but we will get there. Just give us a moment. Okay. The next one we're going to invite is Rabbi Albert Gabbai, a real friend of the American Sephardic Federation Institute of Jewish Experience, and I am so proud to call him a colleague of mine or a friend of mine. I shouldn't put myself in the same boat as him. I definitely respect him. He is the rabbi of the Spanish and Portuguese Synagogue, Congregation Mikveh Israel in Philadelphia. He was born in Cairo, Egypt. Before he was able to leave Egypt, he was actually imprisoned for 3 years until he was able to leave to the United States in 1971. He has helped the community in Philadelphia reconnect to their own heritage and to the greater Jewish narrative. He's a scholar and charismatic personality and important friend of ours. Welcome, Rabbi Gabbai. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you so much for organizing this wonderful, wonderful, and very important event that we have in commemorating the November 30. And particularly thank you to all those who really worked very hard, such as Ashley Perry and Dr. Shimon Ohayon, and all those who really worked very hard to make that event possible, the event that we should celebrate our Sephardi heritage for the Jews of the Middle East and North Africa. I am very also honored that Dora asked me. She's a colleague of mine. She's a wonderful woman. She's very active and worked very, very professionally in making these events possible. So maybe I will say a few things about my background and a few things also about the Sephardi heritage. But first, I was born in Cairo. I'm first generation in Cairo. My father was born in Baghdad. My mother was born in Livorno in Italy. My grandmother was born in Salonika, her father in Marseille. So I hope you can repeat that very easily. We lived in Cairo, and our education, our language, our culture was French. It's true we knew also Arabic because that was also the language of the land, but primarily it was French culture. Just a bit of a history for the Jewish community in Egypt. When the Suez Canal opened, many Jews came from every part of the world, really every part, almost every part of the world, from England, from France, from Poland, from Russia, from Austria, from Italy and Greece, of course, and from North Africa, from Morocco, and from Turkey, and from the land of Israel, and from Iraq and Persia, almost everywhere, because at that time, that was a very providential opportunity to make a living. And many Jews did do a wonderful living, and there were many millionaires in Egypt. The only country in the Middle East where there were Jewish millionaires. In any case, everything was fine, and when the British were there, until World War II. World War II, the British first left, and then before that they left. But in any case, they were still in the Suez Canal, and Nasser came to power, and the Muslim Brotherhood came also, and so it became now very difficult. The war with Israel, when Israel gained its independence, some people call it the foundation of Israel or the creation of Israel. I call it in Hebrew, it's the independence of Israel. All right. So when Israel declared its independence, Egypt and many other countries made war against Israel, and the Jews were in the middle. As you heard before from many people, that the Arab League said, if there is a war with Israel, the Jews will suffer. And they were right, 100%. The Jews everywhere suffered, and particularly in Egypt. As you know, in 1948, they took many leaders of the Jewish community in prison camps for a few months, and then they liberated. Among them was the former chief rabbi of Israel, Obadya Yosef, Alaba Shalom, also was there, and he was asked to make a declaration that he is against Israel, and he refused, and so they expelled him, and they went back to Israel. And then things were more or less okay, more or less, as long as you didn't say anything about Israel, until 1956. 1956, then everything turned completely black. Many Jews were expelled, because many Jews, like I said before, they were of foreign nationalities, and they were expelled, and the rest trickled to leave little by little. At one time, there was 100,000 Jews, more or less, in Egypt, between Cairo and Alexandria, in 1948. And then, so after that, maybe 60 or 70,000 Jews left in 1956, and the remnant were living as much as they could. Which brings us to 67, but before that, you have to know, we went to French schools, and we were very, very scared. At any moment, they could have taken us and put us in camps and torture us and say, Yahudi, you are a spy. And so it was very difficult for us, but we were waiting to get the papers to get out, because you cannot get out just like that. You had to go through a tremendous red tape and humiliation and all kinds of things. In any case, the war came in 1967, and there was approximately 1,000 Jews or so in Egypt. At that time, as soon as the war was declared, the Egyptian government went and rounded up all the men and the boys. And thank God they didn't touch the women. So I was at that time in high school, and so I was among the boys, if you want to call it. And they rounded us and put us in prison camps. It was a very bad situation in prison camps, and there were about 350 Jews in the camps. And just to describe a little bit, very, very briefly, there were 5 large cells which would accommodate, which had to accommodate 70 people. We couldn't sleep well because we had to sleep head to toes, because there was not enough room. In any case, that was for 6 months, and then they transferred us to another camp called Tura, and that is where, when Mubarak was a judge, he was sent also to that same prison camp. And there, for the first time, we were able to receive food that was kasher from our family. And that went on for 3 years. And after 3 years, we were liberated. How? We were, of course, told us, you know what? Here, your family bought you a ticket, a plane ticket, and you are from here to Paris, and that's it. Don't go home, don't pick up your preferred books or nothing. These are just from prison camps, the plane, outside. And then, of course, we went to Paris, and there's more details that I want to take because there are more important topics to talk about. What is very important is that when I came to New York, I was a student at Yeshiva University, and I went immediately to the film of the New York Times to look at what did the Jewish community do during our 3 years that it was a gap of blank, what happened during that time. And find that every week, the Jewish community stay in front of the Egyptian mission of the United Nations and the Iraqi one and the Syrian one, demanding the release of the Jews who were in prison camps. And so it made me feel so great that the Jews never forgot their brethren. That was a very important element in how I felt at that day. And I think that all of us here feel very much when we are in solidarity. Our rabbis tell us that the Jewish people is like a body. If one limb hurts, the whole body hurts. And therefore, they put that into practice, which is marvelous. Let's go to other things because we want to talk about the culture that we had, what message we're going to send to people. Thank God here in Philadelphia, where our prestigious synagogue of the American Revolution is here, we have both Sephardim and Ashkenazim. They come from very background. Our minhag is Spanish and Portuguese, so that's for the Western Sephardim. The Eastern Sephardim. Some people like to use Mizrahi. I don't know why you use that term. It's either Sephardim, Eastern Sephardim, or Western Sephardim, because I don't know of any Sephardi who calls himself or called himself at one time Mizrahi. It was always Sephardim. In any case, so that's Western Sephardi culture, of course, is based on what is in Amsterdam. And of course, everything is in proper order, exact, on time, proper Hebrew, following the Shulchan Aruch, everything according to Halacha. So that is in which we welcome people from every background, right? We are a Jewish, Sephardi congregation, therefore we do not discriminate and say how much observance are you or you're not. And this has been the Sephardi way for centuries, anywhere they existed, whether in Morocco, in Egypt, in Iraq. We welcomed everybody, and we did not play judges of people how much they observe. We encourage people, of course, to observe the Torah to the best of their ability, and that's what we do. Now, let's go back to our heritage. I heard a few people before think that they say, I didn't know that was my heritage. Yes, we are surrounded by the predominant Ashkenazi culture. And it's true that the majority, for instance, in the United States, it's a majority. And therefore, we as a minority have not really been able to establish our Sephardi heritage in the largest Jewish community. And this is a very sad situation, because our duty is really to transmit the tradition that we have received to the next generation. If we do not do that, we will be stealing from the next generation their heritage. Therefore, it is extremely important to educate the next generation, to have school curriculum that mention very deeply the beautiful Sephardi heritage. We have wonderful, wonderful rabbis, Hakamim, that showed the world how to be observant and tolerant in the same time. This is lacking in the Jewish people at large. They think that everybody is dressed in black, has a black hat, and etc., whatever stereotype they have. Well, we can send that message to the whole Jewish people that we are really authentically Jewish, yet open to the whole world. There's another item I want to mention also, and that is because we know the culture in which we lived. Therefore, we know the Arab culture, and we know we can talk to our Arab neighbors in their language, in their culture, we could be the bridge to make peace happening. And this is in our hands. Those who don't know the Arabic culture will make all kinds of mistakes because in their mind, they think of the Western mentality and not in the Middle Eastern mentality. That's a very important contribution that we can make and we should make. Lastly, because I don't want to take too much time because there's other speaker after me. When I went to Yeshiva University, of course, the system is Ashkenazi culture, and everything was Ashkenazi. But I maintained my culture as a Sephardi. Why? Because I had a solid foundation in what I was. So if I knew at that time, I knew my solid foundation, therefore, no matter how people will tell me different things, I will say, but you know what? That's fine with you, but my Sephardi heritage tell me this and that. And therefore, it's only we have a solid foundation, then you can really to stand up proud as Jews who have a wonderful Sephardi heritage. I think that is an important thing. As a rabbi, I'm going to say something very important. The biggest enemy of Judaism is ignorance. Is ignorance. We cannot let ignorance come in. We have to educate ourselves. Talmud Torah Kened Kulam, Rambam, Maimonides tell us it is not only the text of the Torah that is on it. It's everything that God has created. We have to study. We have to be open to the whole world. Of course, very, very solid foundation in the Torah. No doubt about that. We have to be open to the whole world. That is a small message I would like to send. I think, Dorora, if you want me to, if you have other topic that you would like me to talk about, please let me know. If not,
I think that was such a strong ending for this little part, and we're going to hear you again next month. So I'm very excited to hear you again. I do have to say, it's very interesting to me. I had a conversation with Levana Zamir a while ago, who also is from Egypt. And one of the things she says is she does not understand this whole Mizrahi term. And also Moroccans say they're not Mizrahi, they're Maghrebi, right? It's they're Ma'arav, they're West. So there is this kind of thing. The problem is, how do you categorize? Because, like, for example, Yemenites aren't part of the Sephardi world, but yet we consider them as part of the greater Sephardi world. It's good. We're bringing up good conversations. And if we get the discussion going, people will have to look into their heritages and we won't have the ignorance, as you just said. So thank you. Thank you for raising the topics. And thank you for joining us again, Rabbi Gabbai. Thank you.
Hope to see everybody in Philadelphia, okay?
Yes. Okay, we're going to continue on now to another, well, I don't know if you say friend of the American Sephardi Federation. He is the president of the board of the American Sephardi Federation. David Dan-Gur is a Swedish businessman. He is a diplomat, a philanthropist. He was born on his father's side from an illustrious Baghdadi Jewish family. You could see his cousins all over the world, which he talks about a bit. His story itself travels the world from his parents' marriage in Iran, to his adolescence in Sweden, time in London, the Far East, Montreal, and now he lives in New York and is instrumental in the American Sephardi Federation. So let's cut now to Mr. Dan-Gur.
My name is David Dan-Gur. I am a Swedish citizen. My father came from Iraq, from Baghdad, and my mother from Vienna, Austria. They met in Tehran after the war, where I was born in 1949. And in 1950, we ended up in Sweden. And I did all my education in Sweden. And as a result of my background, and especially my father's background, whilst I loved Sweden, and I till today consider myself incredibly lucky to have grown up there, somehow I didn't feel that I fit. And not only didn't I fit, but Swedish society is very homogeneous, and I probably stood out not being a typical Swede because of my background and my upbringing. When I went to kindergarten in the mid-1950s, they used to call me the Negro in the class, with the worst word. I had dark brown curly hair, brown eyes, and I was the only one in the class. Everybody else was blonde and blue-eyed. And as I got a little older and I got into middle school, I became the Jew. They had figured out and learned a little more, I suppose, from the parents. And I was horrified and shocked that that my friends would sling out that as a derogatory comment about me. And I was at that point in a school outside of Stockholm in a suburb. That and a few other reasons triggered my mother to move me to a private school inside Stockholm. And there I stood out much less. There were a couple of Jewish kids, although we never ever spoke about it to each other even. That's how you were in Sweden. But then as I got a little older and I finished school and my father got pretty well known in Sweden, I was cursed with the word Arab. They called me the Arab. So I went from Negro, Jew to Arab. That left a mark on me. I couldn't believe that I would never be called a Swede. Things developed by the mid-1970s. I decided I had to seek my fortunes elsewhere. And I left Sweden, joining an American company in Switzerland, Lausanne. And from that moment, and this actually gives you a perspective to my experience, I suddenly in Lausanne and in Geneva, I met people that had the same background as me. Iraqi Jews, Egyptian Jews, Jews from Saloniki, and I felt at home pretty quickly. I also met some Iraqi Jews, and they knew my name, I knew of their name. It was all very nice. I then moved on to Germany with the company after a year in 1977. And there I stumbled upon a very small Jewish community in Munich that survived after the war or rekindled after the war, that I believe was primarily a mix of Jews that survived concentration camps but never made it to Israel or Palestine or made it to America or anywhere else. They opted to stay in Germany. They were very successful and remarkably assimilated in a way, but at the same time much more orthodox than the Sephardic Jews I'd met in Geneva or my own background. They were so orthodox that at one point they wasn't sure I was Jewish, and I was interrogated to make sure that my credentials were accepted. Then, as I was at that point a 27-year-old.
Well, can I stop you for a moment? Sorry, I'll go back to it. But how did you prove your credentials, as you call them?
Well, I told them that my father was, my great-grandfather was the chief rabbi of Baghdad. And he was called the Hakim of Baghdad. That's actually funny that you asked the question, because when I told him he was the chief rabbi Hakim, the father of my friend, this Orthodox Ashkenazi Jew, said, Hakim, he probably was a butcher. That's how, but this very family gave me the best sort of send-off on my way to be engulfed in Sephardic Jewish history. And that was, and I started to tell you, I was a 27-year-old single boy with a good job. So there was some interest in that Jewish community in Munich to get to know me a little better because they had daughters. So I went to one family once for a Shabbat dinner with a clear purpose of being vetted in case I'll be interested to take out their daughter. And little did they know, not only did I speak German because of my mother, but I also had a fairly reasonable understanding of Yiddish. Not fluent, but I could sort of decipher with my help of German and expressions I'd heard from my mother. I realized that they were talking in Yiddish, the father and mother of my friend at the dinner table, saying that they thought I was very nice, but what a pity that I was a Schwarze. I was stunned. Here I had thought I had, had chips on my shoulder from my experience in Sweden, but this in Germany hit me hard. And that stayed with me. And subsequently, after Munich, I moved to London with the same company and spent 4 years there. And that was a wonderful experience because all my father's family had immigrated to London. So I had 3 uncles and 2 aunts and a lot of cousins. It was really an amazing experience. And I could see how well the Iraqi Jewish community had established itself in England, and in this case, primarily in London. And that was the next step in what I like to call my destiny. I arrived in New York. I didn't know many people. There was an Iraqi Jewish community here too. And guess what? I had relatives in New York as well. First cousins of my father. But anyway, New York was an overwhelming place. And I got invited to become chairman of the Swedish American Chamber of Commerce, which I was a few years. And that led to me having very close relations with the Swedish consul generals that were sent to New York. A succession of them that were really very nice, very good people. We became very good friends. And then Sweden in 2010 decided to shut down their official consulate in New York for financial reasons. It was a consulate with 31 people, and they didn't feel it made sense. They had a very big embassy in Washington. So they closed it, but they needed a representative in New York. So the Swedish government and King approached me and asked if I'd accept to be the honorary consul general of Sweden representing the country in New York in 2010. And whilst I wouldn't be paid, of course, they would give me a small budget that I could hire 4 or 5 people to do what the consulate of 31 did. And I pursued that, and I was the active honor consul general from 2010 to 2016. And it was a lot of fun because when I was asked to be consul general, and also when they decided to reopen, both times there was a lot of media coverage. And of course, I was portrayed, and I thought it gave me sort of a kind of a satisfaction that I was portrayed in Sweden as a Swede who really represented Sweden very well in New York. My father was really shaped by his experience in a way that he only looked forward. He felt looking back and talking about the past was a waste. And I got more about his life during the Farhud in 1941. And again, this is not lore, this is eyewitnesses. My father's older brother, Naim, had been in the army and done military service. And when the Farhud broke out, my father took Naim's military suit, put it on, and took a gun and went out and went to his aunt and stood in front of their house to protect them during the Farhud. That was typical of my father.
But it's interesting, your father, you said, came from a very, at least Jewish community, if not religious community. And then you said in Sweden, you were not part of the Jewish community, unless I misunderstood.
We were not part of the Jewish community in the traditional sense, and it had a very easy explanation. The Jewish community in the 1950s was very Germanic, and my father, I mean, I'm saying this humbly, My father knew much more about the Jewish religion, the practices, and could recite much more than they could. And my father found them obnoxious. He thought their pronunciation of Hebrew was strange, and he felt that they didn't embrace him. I mean, looking back at it, he was a tremendous asset that they could have made great use of. But I mean, they viewed him as an Arab. They saw my father as an Arab before they saw him as a Jew. However, my father was generous to the congregation, and we would go, my father and I, religiously, every Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, Passover, synagogue. But we never did Shabbat. My father didn't want to be part of it there. For a very long time, was probably the only person in Sweden who was living there who was fluent in Arabic, fluent in Persian, and with some status in society. So we grew up where the primary friends of my parents were diplomats, the ambassadors from Middle Eastern countries. And just without talking too much about it, I can mention that in 1968-69, I'll never forget, 2 years after the Six-Day War, at my parents' house, we used to have the Egyptian ambassador, the Israeli ambassador, the Lebanese ambassador, and the Indian ambassador over for poker games. They all loved each other. I mean, you know, in the diplomatic circle, I mean, if the diplomats could have run the politics in the Middle East, there would have been peace a long time ago. Because what accentuated to these diplomats what they had in common was living in Sweden and feeling so foreign. And that's why they were so attracted to each other and to my father. I think here in New York, you can be a little bit of everything like everybody else, and you fit in. And I ended up meeting and marrying a woman of Ashkenazi Jewish background, where everybody teases me and says, you married someone just like your mother. I would recommend any Jewish child, and non-Jew, by the way, to read James Michener's book, The Source.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the most fascinating summary of the destiny of the Jewish people and its history that I read, and it's done in such a clever way to keep you interested. So I had already the bones, I read that in my late teens. I had the bones of an understanding of Jewish history and the Jewish experience. But when I became involved in the American Sephardi Federation, I realized quickly how little I knew. I mean, the destiny of the Jews from the Middle East, North Africa, and the original Sephardic Jews from the Iberian Peninsula, their destinies, their achievements, their contributions. Till today, I love what I'm doing because I learn every day and I get every day a deeper and deeper and deeper appreciation for what our people have done, what they've gone through, and how they've started again. And I also have this deep appreciation for the openness of the Sephardic Jewish tradition and way of living. I mean, we don't look at people as non-Jews. We look at people as people. I think that's something very Sephardic, and that's a very solid place to keep it. So we can mix with people of all backgrounds. We can feel very comfortable with them. There are many people that stopped living a Jewish life on a daily basis a long time ago, 1 or 2 generations ago. And they are today motivated by going back to their roots. And I would say one of the biggest services the American Sephardi Federation provides, outside of all the work we do in terms of studies, conferences, and other things, is we are actually a vehicle for many Jews to come back to home and feel that they belong.
Okay, so I hope everybody appreciated that. Our next guest is Ellie Cohanim, an American broadcast journalist who was Deputy Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism at the United States Department of State. She has spoken out against prejudice and hate on many levels. Today, however, she is here also because of her personal heritage. Ms. Cohanim herself was born in Tehran. In watching some of her recent interviews online, I've noticed a strength and poignancy in the questions that really get to the heart of the matter. Ellie, thank you so much for joining us today. I want you, please, if you could just first share a little bit about your heritage so we understand why, in that context, we asked you to join today, although you have so much to say about it in general.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me join you in American Sephardi Federation. It's an organization that I have deep appreciation for your mission and everything that you do every day. I'm so thrilled to participate in Mizrahi Heritage Month. You know, I think one of the untold stories of the world is the ancient tradition and history of Jews that are indigenous to places like Iran and ancient Persia, where I was born, and throughout the Middle East, North Africa. So I'm so grateful that you are holding this commemoration. As you mentioned, I was born in Iran myself. To a family that, you know, all of us Persian Jews, we know that our ancestry dates back to the First Temple period. We were one of the most ancient of Jewish communities, and so we were so Persian, truly so Persian, so intertwined with Persian culture, and deep friendships and ties with our Muslim neighbors and friends. My parents, to this day, have closest relationships and friendships with Iranian friends, Muslim, Jewish, Baha'i, you name it, from Iran. And so that was the beautiful country and culture that I was born into under the Shah's era, predating the 1979 Islamic Revolution, in which Khomeini came in and grabbed power.
And how did you bring that Persian heritage with you? Or how did your parents bring it with you? You were a little young. But how did your parents bring it with you to America?
Well, you know what I can tell you is that, again, the Persian culture, I think, for Iranian Jews is so intertwined in everything about us, whether it's the cuisine, my mother cooking special Persian food for Shabbat and Chagim, holidays, the Passover celebration where Persian Jews have special traditions. The one that I think people find most amusing is during the Dayanim, when we actually beat each other with scallions. And we think that this, you know, this is a reference back to the Jews being slaves in Egypt, but only Persian Jews have this this tradition of the Pesach Seder, where the stories that I hear about, you know, our life back in Iran was that we would have these huge Pesach celebrations with 50 to 100 family members all gathered together, and this Dayenu part was the part that everyone looked forward to all year round, and it got really violent with people taking off belts and throwing things at each other. But it was an incredibly warm family gathering, and I think that was what life in Iran was like for our families. There were 100,000 Jews living in Iran prior to the 1979 revolution, and it was a flourishing Jewish community. We had, all kinds of institutions, meaning synagogues, Jewish schools, and I went through Jewish day school before we had to flee for our lives. And so, you had all the institutions of Jewish community, a beautiful, truly charmed experience, if I may say that, under the Shah. Now, I don't want to whitewash the centuries of experience living in ancient Persia. Certainly there were times where there was rising anti-Semitism, depending on the ruler, right? We're talking about a community that dated back thousands and thousands of years. And so the experience of Jews under Muslim countries first of all, Jews were there in the region predating the Islamic conquest. But once we had the Islamic conquest, you had different experiences depending on the leaders of each country at a time. And so there were times when the Jews were flourishing throughout the Middle East, North Africa, and there were certainly times where we were persecuted, oppressed. We faced forced conversions, pogroms, all the worst anti-Semitism that Jews can experience. But we persisted for millennia. And so that was most recently for the Iranian Jews, again, under the Shah in the pre-1979 period, we were a strong, vibrant, flourishing community, and the Shah had formal relations with the state of Israel. So there was a lot of back and forth between Iranian Jews and Israel as well.
Yeah, many people don't know that, so I want to stress that point. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, though.
No, absolutely. One of the things that's incredible was El Al had ground level storefront apparently in Tehran. And again, there were, business ties, there were commercial ties, diplomatic ties. So all of that was going on under the Shah. And, such that my own father, he had a large construction works company in Iran, and he received a government bid and had brought in Israeli engineers to the country. And so this was what Iran under the Shah was. And I think that many people can imagine that this country that right now is ruled by the Ayatollahs that every day, threaten death to Israel and are building their nuclear capability. And, the Ayatollah Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei himself has said that he wishes to, quote unquote, eliminate Israel, right? No one, I think, can imagine that this country that right now spews so much hatred towards Israel and the Jews was once a country that had ties with Israel. And I think that the reality is that the Persian tradition goes also back to Cyrus the Great, who is known for actually encouraging the Jews to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. And also, we have the Cyrus Declaration, which was the closest thing in ancient times granting human rights and religious freedom practically to an ancient civilization. And so that, I think is more of a reflection of the Persian culture and Iranian people. And we know that in Iran today, they are yearning to return to that past and for a free future when they can develop ties again between Israel and the Jewish people and see their Jewish brethren, all of us sisters and brothers who are living in the diaspora. I think there's a hope that we will return to our country one day.
And how do you take that as your combating anti-Semitism role? How does your heritage play into that?
What I can tell you is that when I was tasked with the position of Deputy Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism at the State Department, I think that the Trump administration really understood, and we eventually did designate Iran as the #1 state sponsor of anti-Semitism in the world. And so I believe that the fact that I had personally experienced the regime's anti-Semitism, so again, understand that I was born in Iran to a Jewish family, and we were there for thousands of years. And so we survived all those episodes of persecution over millennia. Fast forward to 1979, we survived thousands of years. And one day we have to pick up and literally run for our lives, and we were blessed to find refuge in the United States of America. And so, what I understood, even though I was a child going through those experiences, what I understood was that anti-Semitism is a hatred that can suddenly take over a society, and even societies that were once so warm and hospitable to Jews, as I'm describing Iran under the Shah was, even those societies can turn overnight. We saw that within Iran, the Iranian Revolution, the Islamic Revolution. We saw it in Lebanon. We saw it in Iraq with the Farhud. We saw this phenomena throughout the Middle East. But also, let's not forget, we saw this happen in Europe before the Holocaust, right? And during the Holocaust, where all of these countries that were once hospitable to Jews, events take place things happen on the ground and suddenly it is no longer hospitable. Sometimes these very same countries become dangerous and deadly to Jews. And so for me, having gone through this experience myself of having to flee my own home and homeland, made me understand how serious the threat of anti-Semitism is, and that none of us can ever acquiesce to it. We have to always be very careful and really do everything in each of our power to confront this particular hatred of the Jew.
Let's end with something positive. What do you wish, if you could sum up the reclaiming identity, the heritage, what can we give a positive note?
Well, I think that the message that I have shared with audiences over and throughout the world is, first of all, an understanding of the Jewish people and who we are, right? So we are an ancient indigenous people. The story of the Jewish people starts with Abraham, which today, the story takes place in Babylonia, which would be today's Iraq. And so that's who the Jewish people are. And so we are, we go to our land, the land of Israel, and so we have had this Jewish presence, we have had this Jewish presence in Israel and the Middle East, again, predating the rise of Christianity, predating the rise of Islam. And I think it is so important for American Jewry in particular to understand that we are this ancient indigenous people. And so all these accusations that are kind of being made of Jews being white and having white privilege and white supremacy, it is so incredibly inaccurate. I really encourage all Jews to learn more about our history, about our heritage, and take pride in the fact that we have survived under many empires who try to destroy us. And I think the holiday of Hanukkah is a key holiday for us to remember that many empires that were powerful at the time try to to eliminate the Jewish people, take away our culture, our heritage, our history, our Torah. And we always won eventually. And so the Jewish people are an eternal people. We have a proud history, and I really hope that all of our children and grandchildren will learn that history and take pride in who we are.
Thank you so much. And like you said, within the greater Jewish experience, not just the Ashkenazi, it's very important that we broaden it. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your very busy schedule, I know. We appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing more of your interviews.
Looking forward to being with you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Sorry about that last slide. That was not Rabbi Albert Gabbai. That was actually Ms. Ellie Cohanim. So thank you. Now we're going to return to Montreal. We have our second family from Montreal who actually interviewed with each other. This one is greatly immersed in their Moroccan heritage and the French-speaking community. In fact, the father, Professor Jean-Claude Lasry, was a founder of the École Maimonide in Montreal, another one of our co-hosts for today. Joining him today in discussion are his and his wife Arielle's children, Eytan, Arielle, Karene, Yohan, and Aurelie. Thank you for joining us, and please do put in the chat your questions or comments after this video. I will come back and try to answer some of them or address some of them. Also, please put in where you're signing in from. Enjoy the Lasry family.
I'm going to start introducing the people around and then myself. Arielle Lasry, my wife. Eytan, who starts with the gray hair, waving his hand, and then Arielle, Arielle Lasry Knafo, and then Karene, who is now living in London, England, and Yohan, who is living with us in Montreal, Canada, and the last of the clan is Aurelie, who is not feeling well today, but she lives in Aventura around Miami in Florida. First of all, I'm Jean-Claude Maurice Lasry. When I came to Canada, my name was Maurice Jean-Claude Lasry. When I arrived here, I worked like my father, who was a ladies' hairdresser. I worked in his shop, in his beauty salon, I should say. And I changed. I thought Maurice was, you will excuse me, too Jewish. Although it is really a French word, because Maurice is really for Moshe. We had spent 5 days in Paris, and then we arrived in Montreal. And in those days, it was the planes took 24 hours because we went from France, Paris, to somewhere up north, I forgot the name, and then went down to New York, and then went back to Montreal. It was a whole day almost of flying. But I want to talk a little about my grandparents. From my father's side, we were Moroccan Toshavim, which means that we've been there from generations and generations. But but from my mother's side was born in Avignon in France. Her own father was born in Izmir in Turkey. He spoke Ladino, and my mother knew Ladino, but we never learned. They had expressions which gave me a certain inkling for Spanish, because Ladino has Spanish, a lot of Spanish, and Hebrew, of course. My grandfather, who was himself born in Izmir and came to France, where his 5 children were born. France, he came. Avignon was the city of the popes who were offering some safeguards to the Jews. And in Avignon, there was a Jewish community, and my mother was born in Avignon. Her own mother died when she was young, so she raised her own brothers and sisters. And at about the age of 20 or something like this, my grandfather came from Avignon, France, to Morocco to rejoin his own brother, who was already settled in Morocco. And that's how I came to be born in Casablanca, because my father, as a hairdresser, had seen this beautiful red-haired young woman who was passing on the boulevard with her mother. No, not with her mother, but with her father, rather, and declared at some point, and they got married, and there my whole family was born. Myself in 1937, my brother in 1939, my sister in 1941, and the other one in 1943, rather. I have to say that the war is something that I do remember. I even remember when an obus, a bomb, if you want to call it. It's not really a bomb. It was shot by a boat. That this bomb went across the 5th floor, the little hut on the 5th floor of the building I was living into. It went and it hit the 2nd building, and it fell down on the floor. A shrapnel. There was a big piece of this thing that fell on the floor, and I remember going down with my father and my father taking some red shirt and wiping my face so my blood would come back to my face because the thing was red, and he thought by doing this the blood would come back to my own face. And I remember people saying, don't touch, because it must have been still quite hot. I was Jewish, but that wasn't, I didn't learn very much. I had a bar mitzvah I don't know where my father got this guy who certainly was not a rabbi. Someone must have given him this. He was knowledgeable, but I wasn't. I learned the berachot. That's all I learned. So forget the fact that my own children all read the whole parasha. Life in Morocco was enjoyable. It was enjoyable.
Mon nom est Arielle, Arielle Seba. Je suis née à Casablanca en 1954. J'ai vécu à Casa jusqu'à l'âge de 14 ans. J'ai eu la chance d'être scolarisée à l'Alliance israélite universelle, ce qui m'a permis d'apprendre l'hébreu et d'apprendre mes origines, ma culture juive, séfarade, marocaine. En 1968, un an après la guerre des 6 jours, emportée par tout un mouvement, je décide d'immigrer en Israël. Et à l'âge de 14 ans, grâce à l'Aliyat al-Noar, j'arrive en Israël avec tout un groupe de jeunes et je vais vivre pendant 3 ans dans un organisme qui s'appelait à l'époque Yemin Ord, près de Haïfa, au Chofa Carmel, avec beaucoup d'affection, beaucoup d'amour et beaucoup de tendresse. Voilà, je suis une grand-mère, moi, comblée. Nous avons 13 petits-enfants. Et je pense que je ne peux pas souhaiter plus que cela. Pour moi, je me dis mission accomplie. Voilà pour mon histoire en capsule. Merci.
I mean, we all went to the Sephardic Jewish school in high school, which is Maimonid, which I think shaped all of us to feel Sephardic and to feel more than Jewish, because I think it is linked to our Sephardic roots, and to have the will afterwards to pursue, and even if we're not all of us in Montreal, to still talk to our children, show our children, and maintain some of the customs and habits that we were taught then by our parents and also by the greater Jewish community. The Sephardic Jewish community mainly, I have to say.
Most of the Sephardic Jews in Montreal are from Moroccan origins. My biological father is actually Algerian, but whether you're Egyptian or Egyptian roots, Lebanese, Moroccan, or any other, you're part of the Sephardic community first and foremost. So their involvement in the community, I think, led us a lot. We were born and raised in this micro community in Montreal. And at some point at adolescence, you go to college, you go to CEGEP, you go to university, and you're forced to open up to this society, which you're not necessarily aware of because you've been growing up all the way through in this micro community. So it has its pros and cons, but definitely I would say it made us stronger and prouder of who we are today.
In some sense, we had a very privileged childhood. We were very lucky to have been part of this group and this community where we were all together in schools, in camps, and knew each other and had a very intimate relationship to each other. Our school was only about 200 kids. So everybody knew each other. Everybody knew each other's mostly families and parents and so on. And we were all kind of together. And that persisted. And I think that I see it very different today. Our children who grew up in Toronto and who we send to Camp in Abrith, for example, in Montreal, in Quebec, in the Laurentians, where my wife used to go as well, or other camps where we went. And today their kids, our kids, and the kids, the Ashkenazi children, have much more in common. They're not the same because both of their parents were born and raised in Canada, unlike our parents who were immigrants. And so we felt that difference. Our children, and just like any, I suppose, immigration story, eventually things, successive generations. So we felt it, obviously not as much as our parents who were born in another country and immigrated, but we felt it as a second generation, very much a part of this, like I said, specific Sephardic Moroccan community. We ate the same foods, we sang the same songs, listened to spoke the same language, and our children, again, it's different. And over time, I think eventually, yes, as things get just like anything else, more assimilated and integrated.
I was just going to say that my now 10-year-old, maybe when he was 5 or 6, said to me, Mommy, when I grow up, where am I going to meet a girl who speaks French? Like he kind of, thought that needed to be his path. I don't feel that I have been discriminated upon for my Sephardism. I wear it proudly when it comes up, but I've been given the opportunities that I feel others would have. If I didn't marry the Ashkenazi, it's because there was something missing. He couldn't be with my family and sing Charles Aznavour. It was my choice, not because his parents wouldn't have me. As much as my Sephardic identity is, and that I'm now baking all sorts of Moroccan cookies and cakes and sticking them in my freezer for my eldest bar mitzvah coming up in 2 weeks. Dafina, every Shabbat, and I live in Atlanta with a very small Sephardic community. My husband always jokes, we were once at a wedding of an Ashkenazi friend, and one of the moms who knew me, as a friend to my, other Jewish peers, never picked up on the fact that I was Sephardic, this mom. And she came to me and my husband and said, Arielle, how is it being married to a Sephardic? And I said, fine, why? And she said, but don't you find it, different or odd? And I said, but I'm Sephardic too. And she said, really? Both sides. And, my husband recounts this. It was, I don't feel that that's offensive. It was a comment. She made it. She just wanted to know if a Sephardic man and a Ashkenazi, whatever, if a mixed marriage would happen, how would that work out?
I kind of geared a little bit sideways because I felt for a long time that we were two together all the time. And then the moment that we expanded, it was almost this like catalyst moment. Like, what do you mean there's an outside world with other people? Like, this is all we've ever known. This is crazy. Like, how? And we were just very, inbred, which I love, because the moment that I moved to Miami, I realized that all of my friends and family that I consider here today are also expats. They're all Sephardic. We have like some, blended in Ashkenazi friends, and it's funny because the people that I initially clicked and connected with off the bat here are people that are from Montreal, that are Sephardic Jews and Moroccan Jews, that I maybe had heard of a name here or there. And the second I moved to Florida, I was like, oh, you're from Montreal. We have that initial bond. Like, you're Moroccan from Montreal. It's almost like, it's almost an unwritten rule where it's like, you will come to my house for Shabbat. Like, I will have your family over. There's no questions asked. There's a really, it's more than a bond. I think it becomes a part of your identity, and people respond to that. And I feel like, Karene would know this also, having traveled the world. I really feel like it's an unwritten rule that we have, being a Moroccan Jew from Montreal, wherever you find yourself. Already being a Canadian, people have that affinity, but when you have that distinction, there's just this little spark and this glimmer that happens when you find that out from someone else. Add the roots and add the traditions to that. I think it's a lot more impactful, and it gives people a sense of identity and a sense of community and togetherness. So that's something that I know we forged here, and that's something that I want to give to my son as well. I think I struggled with that identity piece for a long time. People would ask me, "What are you?" And I would say, I'm a Moroccan Jew. And they're like, "Do you speak Arab?" "No." "Have you been to Morocco?" "No." Do you know anything at all? But my parents are born there, and that's how I identify, because I can't identify as a French Canadian. I'm not. I can't identify just as a Canadian. I can't identify just as a Moroccan. So it's this like combination of a melting pot of how we would really define ourselves. And I think because everyone has defined themselves in that same pattern, that's where we find affinities amongst each other. And that's why I think we all kind of tend to stick together. That's why we all pretty much like married into the same thing. I also married someone that went to my school, that I had known since I was maybe 16 years old. So it just comes in as a full circle.
School, elementary school, was odd at times, because that's the first time that I realized, actually in Montreal was the first time I realized I was Jewish, when I was in a non-Jewish school for the first year when we immigrated, when I was told, you can't be Jewish and speak French at the same time. That's not possible. You're either Jewish or Francophone. You can't be both. And I think I was 7 or 8 at that time, and came back home feeling, who am I? Somebody told me I can't be both, but who am I then? And my second acknowledgement of who I was as a Sephardic was in an Ashkenazi school, where I always felt like I wasn't part necessarily of the whole class or the whole group, because we weren't very religious at that time at home, but the melodies that I had heard, the customs that we were having were very different from what my classmates had, although a lot of them were Sephardic as well. But there was a sense that it wasn't totally incorporated. We weren't all as one big family the same way we were afterwards in Maimonides. And I have stories of how I felt let down by the school, not necessarily because I was Sephardic, but because we weren't following necessarily the right rules at the time, which is not something that we would have felt in a Sephardic environment. So I have to say, yes, that's when I had the realization that we were Sephardic, we were different. And Maimonides really, really helped in forging a sense of belonging to a whole community. And like Aurelie said, I've traveled a lot. Part of my own profession, I'm working for the Canadian government, has brought me to several places around the world. So we've lived in Latin America, we lived in Asia, now in the UK, and more than just being Jewish, which is a very helpful aspect of coming every time to a new country, to a new city, having the Jewish community to identify on, the Sephardic sense of it is even stronger. So we've been, for example, just here in the UK, we're next to an Ashkenazi congregation, but still, we still identify when we get to a new place as being North African descent. My husband is not Moroccan, but Tunisian, and him being also a Chazan helps us integrate the synagogue and showcase how our Sephardic heritage is a bonus, and not necessarily feel as if we have something less from the Ashkenazi community, but actually feel stronger. And that has to do with the upbringing from my parents, and the belonging from the sense of belonging from the school, which has forged our identity to be proud of who we are as Sephardim. And the only thing that I'm a bit more upset about is that I can't give my children, my own children, the same sense of belonging. So we try to compensate with other things, but them, as being all over the world, they haven't been able to integrate École Maïmonide the same way we have. And for me, that's a loss for them. I keep on telling them about our stories. My husband had something similar. He was also in a school with a very Jewish Sephardic presence, not necessarily Jewish. So he was brought up as well with a sense of belonging the same way. And the lack of it to our children, for me, is a big loss, which I try to compensate a lot. And I'm quite happy because both my eldest boys are now in Montreal and embracing this Jewish Sephardic heritage as well. So I haven't done so bad, but at the same time, that's something that I feel that they're missing. But I'm thankful to have been able to live it.
Yeah, to me, that's a large part of why my wife and I chose to stay in Montreal. It's to stay close to the family, to the grandparents, but also to the Montreal Jewish and Sephardic community. The school had, some play in that decision. When we were a young married couple, we had the opportunity to think about choosing to go and live anywhere. But ultimately, we decided to stay here and close to the parents, to where we were comfortable, to what we wanted to give our children, our daughters, the same sense of belonging that we were able to have as well.
What's your name?
David.
And where were you born and where do you live?
So I was born in Atlanta. Yeah. No, I also grew up here and still live here. So yeah.
And what's the name of your
Atlanta Jewish Academy.
Okay. And does it have more Ashkenazi, more Sephardim in your school?
A lot more Ashkenazi.
A lot more Ashkenazim. And how do you feel as a Sephardic in your school?
Well, we're definitely not like any different. I guess there's really no thick line between the Sephardi and Ashkenazi. I'm not sure if that's partly because there's so little that we just are there, or it's just that, yeah, we're not different at all. But most of the stuff we do is Ashkenazi, like the davening and learning Ashkenazi. But in like some of the Hebrew classes, we go over a subject or a mitzvah that we do. Sometimes they'll include the Sephardic way to do it.
As we're saying all this, and we're not suffering from any type of differences, we're all, going towards a larger, greater, happy, blended community. But in no way do I feel there is a threat to the Sephardic identity because the third generation doesn't feel those differences as much. Au contraire, I think it is being embraced, and we're learning things from, and we've learned so much from the Ashkenazi community, and I feel there's this openness where they also are learning from us, whether it's interested or not. I feel it's just a fact. So I'm here to make sure my kids get those traditions, get that heritage.
We are mixing like a man and a woman mix in a couple. They become part of a couple, but each has its own, her own, his own identity. And this is what I see in 25 and 50 years. In Canada, and hopefully in the rest of the world. For the Jews first, since we're the ore of the people.
Thank you so much for joining us. And I do want to mention that Professor Jean-Claude Lasry is here with us. So thank you personally, and thank you for bringing your family and showing us what it means to be Sephardi, especially growing up among the Sephardim. So thank you again. And based on some questions, I just want to note that the full interview will be part of a podcast series that should be launched in January by the same name, Reclaiming Identity. And so much of the material from here will be expanded upon there. All the speakers lists will be on our Facebook and on our webpage. So anybody who wants to follow up, I heard that there were some people that sent some questions to follow up. It will all be written out there on our website and in our Facebook. So our next guest is Mr. Tariq Hegi. He's an Egyptian thinker, the author of 35 books on the MENA politics and cultures. He speaks out about radicalism, modernity, and the limitations imposed on thinkers across the Arab world today. He's a board member of 11 universities or institutions and former professor, and the ex-CEO of Shell Oil MENA. In addition to many other of his works, he sponsors a scholarship for graduate students studying Jewish-Muslim relations at the University of Toronto. Mr. Hegi, thank you so much for joining us today. I know that you've expressed communal remorse for what has happened to the Jews in Arab-speaking lands. How did this Jewish experience affect you?
I have two introductions to what I want to say.
Okay.
The first is the core of my writings is the word you mentioned, modernity. I want my society, my country, Egypt, to belong to humanity of the 21st century. And the values of this humanity are known to all of us. Things like cultural and religious tolerance, acceptance of the other, accepting that ideas, people are different, coexistence between different people, scientific thinking, women's rights. These are some of the values of modern humanity. I advocate these values. What is the relationship between this and our topic, the Jews of Egypt? When the Jews of Egypt were pushed to leave the country, this is the mildest word, pushed to leave the country. Between 1948 and 1957, the biggest movement was after the second war between Egypt and Israel in October 1956. When this happened, it was part of a fundamental change to Egypt. Egypt, between the beginning of the 19th century and 1952, was closer to Greece and Italy than Saudi Arabia and the Gulf. It was more of a Mediterranean society. When people ask me, which happens quite frequently, can Alexandria return to what it used to be? Can Port Said, which is my town, return to what it used to be? I say, if we have the same factors, elements that used to make Alexandria what it used to be. And these are, under one word, cosmopolitan. Egypt was full of Jews, more than 100,000 Jews, Armenians, Greek, Maltese, Italians, and people from Grand Syria. We call them in Arabic Ash-Shawam. Alexandria was full of these people, Egypt was full of these people, and all the domains were full of these people. Our second singer, Layla Murad, was an Egyptian Jew from the Karaite background. The father of the Egyptian theater was an Egyptian Jew. So this cosmopolitan Mediterranean Egypt started to come to an end. The same time the Jews left or forced to leave Egypt. For me, I sympathize with the Jews of Egypt because I sympathize with a certain Egypt, the cosmopolitan Egypt, the Mediterranean Egypt. Our great writer Taha Hussein, born 1889 and passed away in 1973, said in his book, The Future of Culture in Egypt, that Egypt is located in Africa, but it is not African or not purely African. Egypt speaks Arabic, but it is not purely Arabic. Egypt has a majority of Muslim population, but Egypt cannot be described when he wrote the book in 1938 as a Muslim country, simply because Egypt is not similar to Bangladesh or Pakistan or India. And then he said, so what is Egypt? Egypt is a product of both history and geography. History and geography tell us that Egypt is a Mediterranean. This Mediterranean Egypt had a lot to do with the Jews of Egypt. They were there in all sectors, in all domains, in all areas of business, art, music, theater, opera. And when they left, it was the end of an era. They were not the only ones who left. The Greek left. Alexandria, the name of Alexandria itself is a Greek name. As a young boy in Port Said in 1956, I used to see many Greek people having simple business, shops, whatever. The Jews left, and also all the minorities left. The impact was detrimental. Egypt, that used to look like Spain, Italy, Greece, became much closer to Arabia. It's against history. It's against geography. There's nothing wrong with them, but we were not part of them. Even our name was the Kingdom of Egypt. Look at our name today, officially, the Arab Republic of Egypt. For me as a boy, if I heard my father saying there are many Arabs in Cairo these days, the word Arabs would have meant foreigners or strangers, because we never labeled ourselves as Arabs. Nothing wrong with being an Arab, but we were not labeling ourselves as Arabs. We were labeling ourselves as Egyptians. Part of this equation was the 100,000 Egyptian Jews who were excelling in every area, from business to jewelry to cinema, theater, music, everywhere. Of course, they were pushed out because of political reasons, but not only political. These political reasons were mixed with hatred. There is no doubt about it. If somebody says what happened to the Jews of Egypt between 1948 and 1957 was fully and only and solely political, I say, no, of course not. There was a political dimension, of course, but there was also a religious-based hatred. And afterwards, after we sadly got rid of the minorities, on top of them are the Egyptian Jews. And by the way, Egyptian Jews belong to all the sects of Judaism. We had the Karaites, we had the Sephardim, and we had the Ashkenazim. And of course, the oldest community was the Karaites. They were here since Genesis. So, and the Sephardic Jews of Egypt were in Egypt for at least 5 centuries, compared to 20 centuries for the Karaites. I wouldn't say 20 centuries for the Karaites, because the Karaites were not Karaites 2,000 years ago, but they are Jews that lived in Egypt and became Karaites afterwards. the new group was the Ashkenazi group. The Ashkenazim came only since the middle of the 19th century. But the Jews of Egypt were part of the beauty of a Mediterranean Egypt. When Egypt got rid of them, it got rid of all the minorities as well. So if somebody says it was only the Jews, no, the problem was not the Jews, it was us. Why? Because if we got rid of the Jews only, I would have accepted to talk about it as a standalone phenomenon, but it was not. We got rid of similar numbers of Greek, Maltese, Italians, and tens of thousands from Grand Syria, from Syria, but large Syria, including Lebanon, Palestine, and a great part of what's called today Jordan. Jordan didn't exist before 1918. So for me, what happened was a real harm to the Egyptian equation. The Egyptian equation for me and for many, many Egyptians who admire Muhammad Ali Egypt. When I say Muhammad Ali Egypt, I mean Egypt that Muhammad Ali established in 1805 and came to an end in 1952, i.e. nearly 150 years. This Egypt that produced cinema when there was no cinema whatsoever in the entire Arabic-speaking world, theater, music, universities. We had universities before any other Arabic-speaking country. Why? Because we belonged to the Mediterranean. And we were influenced by the Mediterranean cultures. Actually, history says, pardon? Should I carry on?
Please finish what you were saying. Sorry, I'm just listening.
Okay. So when we look at the history of civilizations, I remind you of the following words of Plato. Plato was once in Athens talking to a group of his students. He pointed out towards Egypt and said, everything we have came from there. He meant ancient Egypt. So the ancient civilizations are mainly Egypt, Greece, Roma. Of course, there are other civilizations to the east of what I mentioned, but these are the three Mediterranean-related civilizations. I believe that we belong to this. We will be much better if we advocate the values of such a belief, that we are part of the Mediterranean. We are part of the cosmopolitan nature of the Mediterranean. And this means that we have to look back and say, was it fair what happened to the Jews of Arabic-speaking countries? I know that the departure, I have been to Israel many times. I met many people from the various backgrounds. And I myself lived in Morocco for a number of years. And I lived in a Jewish community. So I know that the Jews left the Arab countries in different ways. Maybe the worst and harshest was Iraq and Syria, where people were really tortured and treated very savagely. In Egypt, yes, there was bad treatment, but not the extent of killing. But people lost wealth, people lost properties, people left many things behind, including memories. I would imagine that the graveyards of the Jewish people in Egypt is part of what I'm talking about. Morocco and Tunisia were better. Why? Because there were two heads of states that in a way were much better than the rest of the Arab world. Bourguiba in Tunisia and Mohammed V in Morocco. They actually made it a policy to a far extent protect the Jewish people. That's why the worst didn't happen there. In Algeria, it was not very good because there was no equivalent of Bourguiba or Muhammad V. But at the end, we have to look at it historically and say it was a very sad development. We lost a great deal of the very clever sons and daughters of Egypt, and we should not talk about it as if it was a positive event. It was not. It was extremely negative. It was against part of us, but we have to start from there. Do we believe or not that they were part of us? They were part of us. There is no doubt about it. And they loved the country. And actually, one of the things that amazes me, that the Jews who left the Arab countries don't have hatred to their original countries the way that could have happened. Other people would have had much larger hatred. But it doesn't mean that they didn't have bitterness. They had a bitterness, but they didn't have the hatred. But anyhow, I try when I have the chance to say that all my writings defend the cosmopolitan nature of Egypt. And this is related to the Jews of this country. We had in 1925 a Jewish Egyptian member of the cabinet, a minister, Yusuf Joseph Qattawi. Can anybody imagine today a Jew as a minister in an Arabic-speaking country? We had also, as I mentioned, Layla Murad, the top singer. We had actors, we had authors, we had political leaders. Actually, the Marxist movement in Egypt was always in the hands of Egyptian Jews. The father of the Egyptian Communist Party, Hadetto, is the abbreviation in Arabic, makes the name Hadetto. His name is Henry Coriel. Henry Coriel is an Egyptian Jew who left Egypt in 1949. And his son became the editor-in-chief of Le Monde in France. I met him in Moscow, and we talked as if we belonged to the same background, the same part of Cairo. But the whole thing is, do we believe in coexistence or not? Average Egyptian does believe. The Egyptians who do not believe in coexistence are the religiously driven people, mainly the Islamists. Why? Because we all know Islamism is like communism. It's an ideology that wants to cover the entire world, to make everybody a Muslim, to make all legal systems based on Sharia. Sharia is the equivalent of halakha. I don't know whether I pronounce it right or not.
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. So the problem also that happened to our societies is the spread of political Islam. Because political Islam...
I'm going to stop you there because that is an important topic, an extremely important topic, but I don't want to go off on that right now. And I would love to have you back for another program because I think that's going to be an important part of what we're talking about. But I have to tell you, any Egyptian that I speak with, no matter what religion they're from, they always talk about the cosmopolitan nature of Egyptian society. And the fact that you talked about that so much as well just reminds us that the modernity was there. And we really appreciate that you're trying to get back there. And we really appreciate your coming today and sharing your story and your take on it. So thank you so much for joining. And like I said, I hope to continue this conversation because this is really important.
I look forward.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Best.
Bye.
All the best.
Okay. And our next, we're going to now cut over to, actually back to Ellie Tamar, our 5 interviewees. One of the things that they said when we first asked them to speak, if you remember back, for those who were here a few hours back, they were speaking from the Museum of Yemenite Heritage in Rehovot, Israel, and they were talking about their challenges growing up, whether they were second or third generation from Jews of Arab lands. And one of the things they said they want to make sure they'd share with us are the names that they were called. Not necessarily so derogatory if you take it out of context. Let's listen to the nicknames that they were called.
When I was a child, I believe that I was the only Yemenite girl in the school, so they called me Shanuna Temanuna. And after this, I go to Tel Aviv University and I learn classical music. So the majority of the students was Ashkenazi, but in just a few cases, in the most of the time, I feel spatial in a good way.
My neighborhood, when I grew up, mostly people, the origin of people was Mizrahi, North Africa usually. I went to a high school which set geographically from in the middle of the city, so all the students that came from the south side of the city was Mizrahi, and all the students that came from the north side of the city was Ashkenazi, but the classroom was pretty much separated, so I think 100% of my students that went studied with me in my high school was Mizrahim, and the difference I think came when I joined the army, and I met a lot of new and different communities and cultures, and when Shani told about the nickname in the army, I finished an officer course and I returned to my base. And I remember that my friend was all Ashkenazim. It didn't make sense for them to have a Mizrahi officer. So they told me, your name is not Lior, because Lior is modern. And so let's call you Tzion Benisti. So that's a more suitable name for you. And you're not actually an officer, you're actually like a technical official rank. So that's the kind of, and they did it like half of a joke and half with a sort of like a wink to it, but it's actually symbolized a lot of the attitude that people had, that if you achieve something but with your own bootstrap, you can. It's only because you were a part of a discriminator movement, or you did it without your own merit.
In my neighborhood in Kiryat Ono, I remember that when I was young, I felt like everyone around me are Yemenite. But when I got into school, I saw that it's not like that. And when I went to high school, it was like the all opposite from everything I felt and knew. And actually, you told us about the classes that were separated. And I remember that I looked a couple of years ago in my photo album in a big trip with the high school, and I saw that we actually had, I'm sorry to say that, but the black classes, like they put all the girls. I was in a high school for only girls. All the black girls, the Mizrahi girls, in one class, and you can see the difference in the color of the girls from the class of number 1, number 2, and number 3 is all black, and number 4 is all black, and number 6 is all black. It was so apparent, yes. So I couldn't see it back then, but now when I'm aware of it, it just came out to me as like all of a sudden, wow, it's a black class and this is white class. And I remember when I was in high school and we were in Bnei Akiva, everyone around me were Ashkenazi, almost everyone, but in Kiryat Ono we had also a big community of Yemenite people. But the majority were in the role part was Ashkenazi. And I remember one day that we were in a peula, and after that we were sitting on a bench and a couple of Ashkenazi kids just circle us and like dancing around us and called me half-baked Jachnun. That was my nickname because I'm half Yemenite. I don't know.
The settlement that I grew up and the schools that I grew up in is the same schools that my father. And the crazy thing about the teachers in this school is that the same teachers that were so racist and behave so wrong to my father and to all the rest of the Yemenite that learn in this school, because this school were in the kibbutz, in kibbutz Chafetz Chaim, which is a religious kibbutz, and immediately the children were separated to the children from Bnei Re'em, the Yemenite, and the Ashkenazi from the kibbutz. And of course, all the groups in school separate like this, and even at class. And it continued in my time, because in my time when I learned that, I were at those groups. I was in mathematics, I was in the third group, and English at the third group, and I didn't notice that in those groups, it's only the Ethiopian and the Yemenite, and maybe some of the Moroccan that came from around. And the children from the kibbutz were on the first group. And they create those groups inside the class. So when the class began, you knew that you need to go with some of the kids out of the class to the group, because you are a special one. And you cannot understand what the teacher passed, all the knowledge from the class. So you need to you need to learn something more easy to understand.
I know that we had a comment that some of you are unsure if the younger generation still experiences some of these derogatory slang, words, actions today. And some of these people who are being interviewed are in their 30s, and we know of cases that are even younger. I, growing up, definitely experienced it, and still even today experience it every so often, just like the little slight hints of you're a little bit less. There's always that undertone in the comments, but it doesn't have to be. That's why we're here. Anyway, so now we have the privilege of welcoming Dr. Rachel Yadid, Executive Director of Ellie B'Tamar, one of the co-hosts of today's event. Ellie B'Tamar is named to commemorate the first mass aliyah in the late 1800s, before what is widely known as the first aliyah. This organization promotes research and cultural events and has over 30 books published about Yemenite Jewry. Welcome, Dr. Yadid. Thank you for taking the time to share with us about your family and why you feel Ellie B'Tamar is so important still today.
Okay, thank you, Daria. Hanukkah Sameach to everybody. And I'm very happy to enjoy this beautiful program. And this is the first time that I have the courage to speak in English. And I hope that you stand my mistakes, so I'll try. My parents came from Yaman, and the name of the place is Rada. And when my father has two kids, and his mom was around 60, and my parents was around 30, they decided to come to Israel in the middle of the 40s. So they stuck in Aden because my mom gave birth, and she get ill after she gave birth, and they stayed there for a few years. On 29 of November 1947, when in the United Nations decided to invite the Israel land between the Arabs and the Jews, they start to kill people in Aden. It was very, very worst pogrom. It's like Kishinev in the West, they don't talk about that. They don't mention it. Today in the morning, I was so happy to be in Bet HaNassi, and they mentioned this very special day, and no one mentioned what happened in Aden. and you know, they burned the synagogues and all the houses of the people there, the Jewish people there. They killed like so many Jewish people around, like 18, 19 people, and more than 200 was wounded there. So my father and my mom and my brothers, they hide there, and all my father's business destroyed, nothing left. And my father was ill after that, and he stayed for 2 years to save a little bit money to come to Israel, to make Aliyah on January 1949, and they get to Tel Aviv because his sister, his oldest sister, lives in Shabazi, Rehov Shabazi in Tel Aviv. She made Aliyah when the Turkish when the Turkish was in Israel, and my father started to build from nothing. To take care of our family. You know, I heard these young girls and boys, and what they feel about the relationship between the Yemenite or the West, the people from the West and the East, like. I feel very sad because I have my job was where like 47 years I taught in the university, and I tried to make all my effort to put our heritage in the middle of the history of our nation, but it was very hard. I feel very sad, and today I told the Prime Minister, Merav Cohen, that she said that they don't learn nothing about our heritage in the school. I said, okay, you said that. I want to help you to make it happen. I want to make it happen. I can, with Drora, we have a beautiful, beautiful program, and we can make it for teachers and for kids from the elementary school to the high school. And what I wish to my country, that I pray that next generation will not feel like our generation here, and they feel they have equal, like all the Jewish people from all the states that came to Israel. And we wish to Medinat Israel shalom and happiness and a good life. Thank you, Drora, and thank you, everybody.
She just said thank you. Thank you so much, Rachel, Dr. Yedid, for joining us today. Those were inspirational words, and God willing, that educational program can be put in place soon enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In addition to posting important dates and information on Facebook and Instagram, we have created an Instagram account of a Jewish girl in Yemen in 1948. Make sure to follow it and to see her trials and tribulations. This too was done in collaboration with Elet Betamar. A real inspiration, I think. We all could use a minute to reflect on the strength in words and action Ms. Cohanim expressed here.
Thank you all. We'd like to call now our next guest. Let me just make sure. Our next guest is sorry, we'll be there in a moment. Okay. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Dani Hakim. Thank you so much for joining us today. I've had the pleasure of talking to him quite a bit over the last, I guess it's just been about 2 weeks. I feel like I've known him for quite a while, though. He himself is a 2-time world karate silver medalist and holds a 7th degree black belt from Japan. He's the founder of Budo for Peace and chairman of Sport for Social Change in Israel Life-Saving Federation, which is actually, everybody should look that up because it's a really interesting organization. I did not know about it before. He's a board member of the Arielle Foundation and the Alliance of Middle East Policy. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Hakim, today. So first, welcome, thank you. And as we discussed, we'd love if you'd share with us a little bit about your background and why you were invited today, besides for being an amazing person.
Well, I'm invited here because my father is from Cairo. My mother's from Alexandria. I'm actually born in Australia. I'm actually born in Adelaide, which is a small city in the south, because the boats that came from Egypt in 1956 stopped in Adelaide. So most of the Jewish community in Adelaide were Egyptian Jews. But I grew up in Sydney. And 20 years ago, I made Aliyah. Thank you. I'm here because of my parents and my grandparents. Both grandfathers are buried in Egypt, one in Cairo and one in Alexandria. And I can say last year when they opened the synagogue in Alexandria, we actually found the grave of my grandfather, which is quite incredible. So that's why I'm here.
Can you tell us a little bit about that experience, about going to the opening of the synagogue?
Well, I didn't actually go. My brother went. But we had a film crew as well that came, and it was a real surprise to have this discovery. And we knew that my grandfather was buried next to a 4-year-old. So to find a 4-year-old grave amongst a very large graveyard wasn't that difficult. And that's how they found it. So
let's go a little bit differently. You shared with me when we were talking before an interesting kind of take on why you decided to reclaim your heritage and speak out about it. So can you tell us that?
Right. Oops.
No, we don't see you.
There
we go.
Yeah. So, when I grew up in Australia, my grandmother was cooking Egyptian food. And about a few years ago, I'm really crazy about molokhaya soup. What we grew up in Australia, and all my cousins and relatives love molokhaya soup. And a few years ago, I visited my Bedouin friends and I brought some molokhaya soup. And my daughters asked, "What is this goop?" And I said, "It's molokhaya soup. Don't you know what that is? It's in our blood. It's Egyptian." And that's when I realized, hey, my kids, I have 15 and 16-year-old girls, they didn't know about molokhaya. They didn't know about sambusek. They didn't know all the tradition and the food heritage that I grew up on. So when they started doing their Roots project, that became a very important part, understanding their Egyptian heritage.
And that's a very Israeli thing. So do you want to explain a little bit what that Roots project is?
When they're, I think, 13 years old, they have to decide on one of their family, it's usually the father or the mother, and their background, and they write a project about the genealogical tree and about the heritage. And they dive deeper into just my parents are from Australia and from Egypt. So it's a very important project because it's really the start for them to understand their own identity and not just being Israeli. So,
right. It puts us in the context of our heritage, and that's, it would be nice to expand upon that in the school system as well. But I think that's an important point, that there is this project and hopefully people share it. And at least it allows our children in Israel to go into their own family's heritage. So if you were to say something right now to our audience about why it's important to reclaim your heritage and why it's important to be part of this discussion, can you tell us?
Well, reclaiming your heritage is very connected to your identity. And if you want, I want my children to feel strong and empowered and confident. And I think part of it comes from the parents, but also it's part of the DNA and understanding your heritage, where my parents came from, where my grandparents came from, what interested them. I think that's what really is important for my kids. And it's different. When I grew up in Australia, I was a Jew in an Ashkenazi community. And actually, when I represented Australia in many world championships, I was the minority of being Jewish, but the minority of being a Sephardi. I was proud of both those identities, but it was a very important part of my identity. And I really believe that that's very important for kids to understand where they're from and to appreciate their own heritage. And that's why reclaiming identity is very important.
Thank you so much. And thank you also. I'm going to put a little plug for our podcast series that you already recorded for. So thank you. We will hear more from Mr. Hakim in January. So please do tune in. And thank you again for joining us. And thank you for everything you do across physical and mental health. So thank you. So now we have our next guest, who is Miss Fleur. She is a deputy mayor of Jerusalem. So welcome, Fleur, Hasson-Nahoum. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you for the wonderful Hanukkah programs you've been doing. I was sorry that I missed the one in Jerusalem today, but it must have been so powerful. For those of you who don't know, there was, I can let you say the unveiling that happened today. I'm sure you can share a little bit about that and why it's important.
So thank you so much. It's so wonderful to be here and so wonderful that we have a day in Israel that we can create awareness about the expulsion of the Jews from Arab lands. And as I said in my speech today at the unveiling of the statue that we put in the Tehelet Armon HaNatziv, a very, very central place in Jerusalem, we shouldn't just be celebrating getting kicked out of somewhere. We should be celebrating our heritage of when we lived somewhere, for good and for bad. And this is exactly, what I've spent a lot of my work and my time and my platform in office doing. Basically, I'm also the head of the Public Arts Committee in the city of Jerusalem. And about a year and a half ago, an incredible man called Jerry Klinger, who's a donor, actually not even Sephardi, but he wants to commemorate the expulsion of the Jews from Arab lands. And we had a statue made to commemorate the Jews coming out. And in this case, it was the very famous, iconic picture of the Yemenite Jews with their bags and their pregnant wives and their children coming into Israel. So we've turned that into a statue and we put it in a very central promenade with the view of the best view in Jerusalem, actually. And I had the pleasure and honor of opening it today along with Equal Opportunities Minister Merav Cohen, whose family are Moroccan Jews. And we heard the story this morning from the president of Merav's family. I started my day at 9:30 at the president's house, commemorating this day, and we continued on to the statue unveiling. And I finished my day off with Miss Universe. So it's been a very, very, very day. That's been my day. But I think that the narrative of the Jews from Arab and Muslim lands is not told enough and not enough in the public space. So I'm trying to do my piece from Jerusalem here to make sure that it exists in the public space. Merav Cohen, a wonderful woman, who's the minister for social equality, that's the title, she is actually working very hard and pushing very hard to put in the curriculum, in the Israeli school curriculum, the story of Jews from Arab and Muslim lands. And I will be her partner and supporter in this 100%. And of course, your wonderful organization can be a very strong part of the lobbying for that as well.
We hope to. Can you tell a little bit about your personal background?
Sure. So I'm from Gibraltar originally. My mother is from Tangiers in Morocco. She spoke Spanish and French. My father's family are originally from Moorish Spain. Didn't get kicked out. They actually were smart enough to run away and found refuge originally in Menorca, which was at the time a British colony. And then when Gibraltar became British 350 years ago and became a strategic military base, the British were very smart and invited Jews to come and settle there because they knew that Jews were merchants and they would bring in goods and services that they needed. And so my family on my father's side has been in Gibraltar, which is, of course, a Spanish, Moroccan, Portuguese community for 350 years. And my mother's family, also originally from Spain, ended up taking refuge in northern Morocco, in Larache and Tangiers. So I grew up speaking English and Spanish at home. And of course, our kind of customs are a mixture of Spanish, Portuguese, and Moroccan.
And we've been hearing a lot about the food. So what foods represent your...
So, it's interesting because I'm married to an Iraqi, and that's such a different cuisine. I see Edwin Shuker on the call. So I'm making his type of food normally on Fridays, mainly because my mother never really liked cooking. But, and my mother-in-law taught me everything I know. But basically, the food is a kind of cross between Mediterranean cuisine, Spanish Mediterranean cuisine, and a Jewish Moroccan cuisine. So a lot of couscous, adafina, which is a Shabbat cholent, which I think is way better than, I hate to say it's way better than the Ashkenazi cholent. It's less stodgy, but it's very good. It's meat and chickpeas and potatoes and everything cooking all night. And my husband's cholent is, of course, the tbit, which I cook, which is chicken and rice, again, cooking all night with all sorts of spices. And, my husband laments that I don't do what his aunts used to do, which is sew the rice into the skin of the chicken. And I'm like, look, pal, I'm the deputy mayor of Jerusalem. Get somebody else to sew the skin on the chicken, okay? I think I do enough.
Definitely. And juggling everything else you have a lot out there. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for telling us about, and thank you for everything you do, because the only way we're going to get the word out and the discussion going is with people like you. So thank you so much for joining.
We need organizations such as yours, Dora, and all the leadership here, and Danny, who I was in Dubai with, and Edwin, who I was in Dubai with, doing the first ever cultural event, Jews and Muslims. We are in a new era of going back to life in the Arab world, ironically, but incredibly. And I think that this is our moment for leadership and for building the bridges that Sephardis know how to do better than anybody else.
Exactly. And that's where you come in. So thank you. Bye.
Should I read? Yeah. Reclaiming identity is often done through the arts. Our next presenters are a mother and a daughter, and a cameo by some of their grandchildren from Fair Lawn, New Jersey. Geula Vardi is an artist. In the past, she worked with Ovadya, designing her performing clothing, and did some paintings inspired by her music. She also developed a program showcasing the culture and heritage of the Yemenite people, including their rich folklore traditions and the culture of Yemen. One of her drawings was provided as a gesture of peace to the Foreign Minister of Yemen at the United Nations. Shiri Sher is an author of spiritual children's books aimed at helping young children understand Judaism's intricacies. One of these was illustrated by her mother. Both mother and daughter are educators at their core. Geula and Shiri.
Okay, we're now going to have the clip, by Geula and Shiri. And as we said, they are educators and artists, each in their own rights. Authors and visual artists. So.
Hello, my name is Shiri Sher. This is my mother, Geula Vardi. I've been an educator for over 20 years. I worked specifically with youth at risk. We're so honored to be able to be part of this amazing program, Claiming Identities.
My name is Geula Vardi. I live in Fairlawn, New Jersey. I was born in Tel Aviv in Israel, in a small community. I came from a family of 7 girls and 1 boy. My family came from Yemen. I'm an artist, I'm an instructor, and I'm also running a show about the Yemenite culture.
And when you were young, were you told stories about the old country?
Yes, I actually was fascinated by the story about Yemen and from Yemen. At these days, there was no books, there was no TV, there was no program. So the only things we have is the story and the nature, and it actually helped me very much to be extremely creative. My mom actually brought the whole culture into the center of Tel Aviv. Actually, we lived in a place where Kikar Amdina is the most prestige community, but my mom had her own taboon that she make her own, and she make her own bread for the family. And she insists to continue her culture, even though we all convert to the Israeli culture. She still remain and insists to stay with her own tradition. The most impact that I have on costume was the wedding, the tradition of wedding, where my mother used to take me to the most condensed community like Rosh Hain or Petach Tikva and all those places. There were lots of Yemenite and they were living one next to another. So I used to go for 7 days to stay in the family, sleeping in a corner or somewhere, but we celebrate 7 days of the wedding and there was no catering. People was actually contributing to the wedding. Everybody will bring like mounting of melawach, salufa, all kind of stuff, and everybody was very happy and very giving, and they lived simple but so happy and so excited. So that is something that I took from there. I felt a need to actually find more story. There's so much to tell. There's so much word spread around from everyone. And that's how I decided to capture that story by creating artwork to vision what really was the tradition of the Yemenite culture. And I believe that we need to actually reward this background for every Sephardic Jewish, because yes, there is a lot of story from the Ashkenazi Jewish people, which I love to hear and very touched. But on the other hand, we need to show and tell the story of every culture to make it more rich for our generation to come. So on that, I took my priority to create art, to expose a show, telling the story. Whatever left for my mother, I actually kept it so precious, and I display everything that her culture was about, and shows people how they live. And I saw in my show, people were fascinated. They were like shocked. They were surprised. Where are you coming from? We never heard those stories, you know? So I encourage everybody to go back to your roots.
What made you feel different and what made you feel the same with regard to the different Jewish narratives?
Well, I love the idea of a synagogue and going to shul in America, but all along I felt that I'm outsider, that it doesn't talk to me, the dressing, the hat, the wig. I was like very rough when people were trying to convince me to wear a wig and to dress like the tradition Jewish people. For me, it was nothing to do with what you wear. It's what you are, what your soul, what your meaning. When you go to shul, it's you and God. In the community in which you grew up, were most of the Jewish from similar background to you?
So when I was growing up, I didn't really notice much of a difference because we weren't religious. So I don't think it was as important. But once I chose to become religious, towards the end of high school, I started to become interested in becoming more observant. And when I became more observant, then it became very clear that there was, the Ashkenazi tradition and the Sephardic tradition. And that's when I definitely started to feel that there was a big difference between the two. In the beginning, I mainly adopted Ashkenazi culture. It was only later that I realized that something might have been missing for me. But in the beginning, I was just, exploring those customs. And I think that led me to a lot of exploration of trying to figure that out. And ultimately, it ended up leading me back to my roots and to my traditional, to my actual background. Right now, as I'm working and writing these children's stories and spirituality, I understand just how important that component is, and that it's not really spoken about very much in the traditional mainstream approach to Judaism. And the journey to discovering that, I think, really helped me feel more complete and more whole, helped address what I felt was missing. And it's been just an incredible journey to be able to sort of connect the dots by coming back to my roots and realizing that stories that I had heard from my mother, from my grandmother, about my grandfather being a mystic. I remember some of the stories of him, that the Arabs would line up at his door when there was a drought. Even the Arabs recognized that his prayers were very powerful. I remember stories of, my grandmother and her faith, and how traveling to Yemen, traveling her very dangerous journey, that the only thing that basically carried her was her faith and her connection to God.
Hello, my grandchildren. I'm so excited to tell you the story of my mother, who was a hero. Those are the basketry that my mother used to make in the winter. She even created her own color. And those basketry will be used for so many different kind of occasion. My mother lost her first husband. And the Arab know when they live on the top of the mountain, they can see anything happen beneath the mountain. Everybody lives around the mountain. They saw that there was a funeral. They came in the morning after, and they wanted to take her kid to convert them to Muslim. And my mom was, no. How can she let them leave her house like every mother? So she said she's going to go with them. And what happened, after a while, she was able to escape with the kid, and she started to run away all the way for 1 year, barefoot, with 4 small kids, all the way until she got to the place where she could be rescued. And one day, they were walking in the Valley of Death. It calls the Valley of Death.
because there were lion and danger monkey. And the kids saw the lion and they were complaining, Mom, we were so afraid, the lion is around here. My mother said to them, don't you worry. Even though I walk in the valley of death, I know that God is with me. Never fear.
Did they have instruments? And what type of instruments did they have?
It's so funny that you ask me. The Yemenite have only, it was tabla. It was a metal bucket that they used to tap on it in order for them to create the music.
These things in the beginning that I might not have recognized, left such an impact on me. When I finally reconnected that missing piece, the spirituality, I realized just how important my roots were. I would say that I think that in many ways this book was really very healing for our family, because I think it really represented coming back to our roots and finding the missing ingredient, which we realized comes from our culture, comes from our heritage. This idea of the story came up somehow, and that's when I came up with this idea of telling this story, and then I decided, this is something that we should share with the world, and then I approached my mom to do the illustrations. This is one of the famous illustrations that my mother made. So what was it like to have to draw the king and a little neshama named Bin?
How do you draw something so powerful and not to insult? I cannot make a picture of God, God forbid. So I was very careful. I was actually fearful when I was sitting in the studio. I made maybe 300 sketching in order for me to come to the one that actually will be a picture of light. That's what I wanted to make, a light of power. This, innate spirituality, this connection to Hashem, that's the foundation of everything. And without that, it's very hard to really connect to the meaning and the purpose of all the details of the mitzvot. If you don't have that basic connection and basic passion and drive for Hashem. And so it felt like a beautiful closure. Yemenite and Sephardi culture has a lot more spiritual richness to it, and spiritual language, and much more connection to the soul. And that element, I was able to use that as a resource to answer the questions that my children were asking. And I think that not only helped my children, but then eventually to be able to share those stories with other children. I found myself feeling so complete when I was able to take both Ashkenazi culture and the piece that I felt was missing and incorporate the Sephardic culture. It was just so integrating for me and made me feel so whole. And I really hope that the Jewish people will be able to experience that by being able to respect and honor and see the value of each different component.
So first I want to say thank you so much to Geula and Shiri, who are here with us right now. So if we can at least see them live and say hi to them. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for everything you do to promote the memory and the heritage. So we just wanted to say hi and thank you. And I hope you stay with us till the end. Thanks for joining. Okay, we're going to go to our next clip, and we're going to also welcome them. Actually, I think only Kesar is here. Our next clip is going to be mother and son of Egyptian heritage. But first, we'd like to welcome Kesar as he works with the American Sephardi Federation Institute of Jewish Experience, as well as with the Union des Juifs d'Egypte, based in Israel. So can we see Kesar for a moment? No, maybe not. So I'll talk about them instead. Until we see Kesar, I'm going to introduce them.
Hello.
Here, I see you now. Hi, Kesar. Thank you so much for joining. Can you just tell us in a word why you felt it was important to be part of this? Or in a sentence, not a word.
Well, you see, I was, when I grew up, I heard a lot of stories about the old country, and I was enwrapped, in all this information and truly incredible experiences, for both good and bad. I knew I had to take part in it. It's just incredible, and more people should definitely get the knowledge that are these experiences through those stories.
Thank you, and you definitely, and your whole family helps promote it through the museum as well as through many other things. So I'm going to say that Tuli is the heritage administrator for Union des Juifs d'Egypte, based in Israel, and here she is. Welcome, Tuli. Thank you so much for joining as well. You can see them live. We'll also see them in a minute in a recorded clip, but we're so glad that you joined us today as well. Kesar has been helping make many of the ASF-IJE projects come to life, including a clip on a synagogue in Cairo, which actually we had heard before from Dani Hakim that it had its reopening, and Kesar and Tuli were there as part of it. So they have an interesting perspective on that. And also, Kesar has been part of our online courses. So thank you both for joining us, and thank you both for the clip. Let's cut to the clip then.
Thank you. It's really an honor. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Kaysel Zamil. I'm a video editor and a game developer. And with me today is Tuli. I'm very excited to hear your story today, and I thank you very much for participating in this very important event.
Of course.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Tuli, his mother, and also the heritage administrator of the Jews from Egypt Association in Israel. And I'm from Tel Aviv, and I'm happy to do this for you.
Well, we're very excited to have you here today for this very important event, and we would very much like to hear your stories. Let's start by going back a bit.
Okay.
Why don't you tell the people at home, where were you born? Where's your family? Where is our family from?
Yes, I was born in north of Tel Aviv, born and raised. I still live here in north of Tel Aviv. And my family is from Egypt, both my mother and my father. My mom is from Helwan, and my father's from Cairo. I was very excited to go there, and after hearing a lot of stories from my grandmother.
So you did hear a lot of stories from the old country.
Yes, right? Definitely, yes. Especially from when I was a child, from my grandmothers, both from my mother's side and my father's side. We used to sit on the canapé at my grandmother's house in Tel Aviv, and she loved to tell me the stories about the life, the luxury life in Egypt, in their beautiful villa, and the summers where they went to another place,
Ras El Bar?
to Ras El Bar, yes, and they spent all summer there with all the maids and everything. The men used to go back to Cairo and work the whole week, but on the weekends the men joined their families, their wife and children, and it was really a luxury life, very quiet life, very good life.
Is there any story that comes to mind when you think about it? First one that comes to your mind.
Yes, yes, of course.
Yes.
There's a really funny story I heard from my grandmother from my father's side. She had a lot of children, and especially one was very, very naughty. His name was Musa. He was the smallest from the whole gang. And one time when they took a train to Ras El Bar in the summer, she, by mistake, she thought the window of the train was open, and by mistake she threw out, because that's the way it used to be, something, I think it was a pit of a fruit or something, but obviously the window was closed and the window broke, the glass broke. So the conductor, when she was coming out of the train with all the children, he said, Set, you have to give me money for the window you broke. And she said, no, I will not. So he said, I will take your child. So she knew that Musa is very, very naughty and he will give him a lot of trouble, and that obviously he will run away. So she said, take it, take him, no problem. And she started walking, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe it, and he called after her, Set, come and take your child, El Walad. And that's a really, really funny story, and a true one. She was smart.
Do you recall any specific traditions, customs, maybe what languages were spoken around the house?
Yes, of course. Everybody that knows Jews from Egypt, they know that they start the sentence in one language and they finish it in completely different one. I mean, in one sentence they can speak 4 languages, and that's, you know, the one thing that comes to mind. Even today, if my mother, she says a word, she wants to say something, she can say it in she starts in Hebrew, then she goes to it's French and Arabic and everything. It's so funny. And of course the food, the Egyptian tradition. The food is amazing. The melochia, the tameya, the menena.
Whoever knows. Whoever doesn't should.
It's the best food that ever existed, and you should know, because you continue cooking with my mother.
True, very true. It is delicious, and surprisingly simple to make. When you grew up, were most Jews in your community similar? What was the major Jewish narrative?
Actually, when I was growing up here in north of Tel Aviv, most of my friends were Ashkenazi. Almost none of them were Egyptian, but from Egyptian heritage. But I didn't really feel different. Actually, my house was the most warm and most always welcome, because that's the Egyptian way, to always welcome guests and to and let them feel at home. So I didn't feel any different. They didn't feel I am different. And they loved coming and eating all our Egyptian foods. Even when I lived in the United States for
that's good that you mentioned that, because I was about to ask.
Yes.
You studied in New York,
right?
And you've stayed there for a long time, a few years even, right? So why don't you tell me about that? Were you connected to any Jewish communities?
Actually, no. I was, most of my friends in New York, because I lived in Manhattan, most of my friends were Christians. The Jewish community in most of them, the let's say the Sephardic ones, they live in Brooklyn, most of them. And of course, during the holidays, I have family there. They invited me there. But then there, they actually stayed more like the old country. The Egyptian community, the Jewish Egyptian community, they are together with them. And but in Manhattan, most of my friends were, like I said, Christian, but it didn't matter because they celebrated with me our holidays and my tradition. Really? It was great. And I celebrated with them. It was Christmas or Thanksgiving or Halloween, and it was fun because we celebrated everything, and we love to celebrate. You know, we're happy people. The Jewish, the Jewish from Egypt, they're happy people. And
what was like the one thing you showed them from our traditions that they seem to really like?
The most,
really fun.
The most amazing thing that they actually really liked the food. Especially when my mother came to visit me in New York, they loved that she cooked for us melochia and menena and basbousa and stuffed chicken, all the good stuff. And tameya.
I gotta say, I'm not surprised, but also I'm very impressed.
Yes.
Okay, yes. That's cool. Do you feel connected to the Jewish narrative? We are, of course, Sephardic Jews. Do you feel connected to Judaism?
To Judaism, of course. I come from a religious family. My father used to pray every morning and put tefillin every day, and go to the synagogue every Friday and Saturday. But I actually went more on the high holidays, you know, Rosh Hashanah and Kippur, and that's where I felt the most my Sephardic heritage, the Jewish way, because even today they still sing when they pray the prayers on the same melodies that they sang back in Egypt. And it's very exciting to me when I hear that. Even today, when I go to the synagogue with my mother and my children, when I sit there, I always imagine like we're in Egypt, and because it's the same melodies. Yes, and that's the connection, really.
Speaking of which, we actually went to Egypt.
Right.
So how about you tell me a little bit about that? We went to old synagogues that are still in Egypt today.
Right.
Is there any specific happening that comes to mind that you want to share?
Yes, actually, it was very exciting for us to go, especially with you, to see you, to show you the roots by your grandmother. It was very exciting. But especially, we went to a synagogue that no one goes there. They only allow us to go there because of the connections. Sami Ibrahim and Magda Arun, they help us to go to the other synagogues where a Jewish foot didn't step there for maybe 50 or 60 years. And when we got there, welcomed us the guardian of the synagogue, which was Muslim. And he was very excited to see us and to show us the synagogue. And when we went in, we told him it was that day was the day of the night of Rosh Hashanah. And we told him, do you know today is the night of Rosh Hashanah? And he said, yes, of course I know. And I also know all the prayers by heart in Hebrew with the same melodies they used to sing, the Egyptian Jews there. And we didn't believe him. We said, no. He said, yes, me as a little boy, all my life, that's what I heard, because his father, before him, was the guardian of the synagogue. So we told him, go ahead, show us, let us hear you. And he went up on the teva, on the echal, and he started to sing and to pray and to say the Rosh Hashanah prayers in the exact way the Jewish people did that in Egypt, and it was so exciting. We almost cried.
It was very emotional.
Yes.
It was a very emotional trip altogether. We even got to see the old house in Helwan.
Yes.
Which was, I only saw a picture and then we replicated a picture and I was like, oh my God.
Yes.
It was great.
Another thing that is very, very emotional for me was the night of the Rosh Hashanah. There was a big ceremony at one of the big synagogues in Cairo, and they gave you the honor to blow on the shofar.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wow, it was amazing for me. It was so emotional and exciting. I was so excited to see you blowing the shofar on the evening of Rosh Hashanah, at the same synagogue where my grandparents used to pray. It was amazing.
There's actually a bit of a funny story about that. I'm not sure if you remember, but I don't really know how to blow the shofar properly. It's not like I practice
it. Yes, but you did it very good.
But then, here's the thing. I Googled it.
I remember.
I did. And it went well.
It went great. Well. It was great.
Thanks, Google. So, we're coming to a close, but we're going to have 2 more questions. That all being said, we went through your past and you talked all about that. Now, I wanted to ask you, if you could talk to your younger self, what's the one thing you'd say?
The one thing I would say is...
To your younger self?
Yes, to my younger me. Spend more time with the elderlies, with my grandparents. I wish I could go back and do that. And to hear more about my heritage, more stories about the old countries. Because once they're gone, it's all gone with them.
Yeah.
If it's not told to your generation, to your sons, to your grandchildren, it's not written anywhere. It's gone forever, and it's a shame. So I wish I spent more time listening. I did spend time listening, but not enough. Not enough.
At what age do you think you should have heard that the most? Just out of curiosity.
Actually, when I was little, I would spend more time, obviously, with my grandparents because I was little and I was left there by my parents. And after I grew up and I was a teenager, it was less and less. But I did try to spend more time with them because they were great. And they loved when we all came, all the children, and to tell us the stories. But I wish I had more. I wish.
Fair. I heard a lot about your grandmother as well, and I would have really loved to meet her.
Yes, he would have loved to meet you. He would have loved you. You and Kochav.
Okay, so that being said, is there something you want to tell the next generation about heritage?
Yes, actually I want to tell them that they should be proud of who they are, where they came from, and to try and learn more and more and teach others about our heritage, because if you don't know where you come from, you will never know where you're going. So it's the most important thing.
I see. So actually passing the information on.
Yes, learning more and passing the information. Yes, and be proud, because you have a lot to be proud of.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
And thank you to the people at home.
Yes.
And 30th of November. It's the day with the thing. It's very important.
Yes, it's the actual day that we were supposed to tell and study and teach about the expel of our people from all the Arab countries, and And it's very important to remember that day and to act on it.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, and bye.
Okay, thank you so much. And we've heard from quite a few different countries. And also I feel like these people have become part of our extended family because I have been reaching out and speaking to them throughout. And so thank you all for joining. Our last guest is Yael Grafi, or Grafi, she'll explain that in a minute. She actually now is also living in Dubai. So we have had quite our contingency from Dubai today. If you look back at the recording afterwards or on Facebook, please do go back. I know it's been a long marathon and we really appreciate those who stayed with us throughout, and we hope those who have yet to see the full program will go back and watch it. It has been quite the marathon. And so we're excited to hear from Yael right now. She recorded it in advance, and like I said, she works at the Crossroads of Civilizations Museum in Dubai. Yael, please.
Hi, my name is Yael Grafi. Some will say Girafi. I'm half Yemen from my father's side, and from my mother's side, I'm Tunisian. I was a tour guide abroad for a few years. I was an officer in the army, and now I live in Dubai, UAE. I actually moved here since COVID started and I couldn't travel to do my work as a tour guide. I came here and I started to work in the private museum, belonged to a local Emirati person. And we started to work together because I felt connected to the museum. It's a historical museum that promotes peace and tolerance. We have artifacts related to the three monotheist religions. We have things from Yemen, like jewelry, special like swords and other things. And the first time I came to the museum, I also saw a picture from the synagogue of my grandma from Jerba, from Tunis. And I felt like, I'm walking inside, I felt home. So I start to work with him, and we opened the first gallery for the Holocaust exhibition, for the first time in the Arab world to have a memorial for the Holocaust. And now we have a lot of projects together related to heritage, to Jewish things in general, things like Jewish communities around the world, Jewish community here. And I really enjoy working here. I really enjoy the fact that I also doing something that I love. It's also linked to my roots. I said that is the closer I got to Yemen, because my roots are from Yemen, but I never been there. Even my father never been there. But I really felt home since I came here, and to see the local people. I even remember the first time I saw local dance, and I saw them dancing, and it's really remind me the rhythm and the music from my Yemen side. And I feel home in a way. My brother married a Tunisian bride, like my sister-in-law, she's Tunisian from both sides. So I remember the moment we met her family, and we cooked for them, my mother cooked for them. And then they asked me something about the food, and they told me, can you pass, in the table, and then they mentioned a name that I'm looking at them, and I'm like, what? And then they told me, which kind of Tunisian are you? You don't even know the name for the Tunisian, side dish? I'm like, Mom, you never told me this. And I'm like, I'm blaming my mother. Why I don't know what is this? I mean, I only call it, cutted vegetables. I didn't know that's the name for it. And that's how I felt. And in the other side, when I went to a place that is, this kind of cities that full with Yemeni, I go there, and then they give me some Yemen food that is like, you really need to know the name. Sometimes they even have few names, depends where you're from. I never knew it. And then my friend, that she is Yemeni from both sides, again, telling me the name and looking at me, which kind of Yemen are you, that you don't know the food, your own food? So I think that I grew up like this. So I think in some point I was just trying to be Israeli, and always like trying to defend, yeah, but I'm just half, I'm not sure. So that's how I grew up. Lately, I'm starting to try to get back to the roots, because I feel that I'm first of all, I meet a lot of Yemen, so I feel like I have this kind of responsibility to show them that I know. And I mean, I don't want to be like, I don't want them to look at me and ask me, I mean, to tell them that I'm Yemen, but I don't know nothing about Yemen. So I'm starting to read books. I'm starting to try to get more information. I'm trying to talk and ask people. I also, 2 years ago, just before COVID, I was supposed to go to Tunisia for the first time. So first time I went to my grandma and asked her a lot of questions. And I also opened, the old books that we had all the time in the library, but I never look at them. And I start to ask a lot of questions, people that I know they've been there or they grow up there. So I feel like I'm getting back to the roots, something that I should have been doing a long time ago. But I'm really happy it's happened right now. Being here with so many nationalities, so everyone wants to be proud of his roots. In Dubai, there are more than 200 nationalities, and everyone wants to feel, that he's belong to some community or some place, and especially because it's linked to the museum, that this is what we are doing here. We're trying to show things from many civilizations, many cultures, so everyone can find something that's related to him. So I think that even daily, I'm talking about it. I'm showing things related to my roots. So it's every day, like my curiosity is growing, and every day I'm learning something new from other people or from myself. So for example, weddings and events. We used to go for events like for wedding, and there was the traditional music. So I can tell you I'm a bit embarrassed, but I never learned how to dance Yemeni dance until nowadays. Why? I don't know. I think that, and some of my brothers did, my father's dancing, but I think that because all the events was actually mixed, and sometimes, I think that I was ashamed, that I don't know. And I mean, I wanted to learn, but in some point I got older, and then I was like, I don't know. So maybe, I was shy to ask to teach me when I got older. And in some point I just say, I don't know how to dance. And once in a while, I give this confession next to Yemeni people, and they are like, even I see not Yemeni people dancing, and they are, and I'm supposed to know, and I don't know. And I remember myself never listening to this kind of music because I never felt that I like this kind of music. But the last few years, suddenly, I'm starting to enjoy listening to this kind of music. So I will never really be, I'm not this and I'm not this. And I let it go. But now something changed inside of me, and I'm saying the opposite. Because I don't know, I really want to learn more. I really want to learn. I want to learn Arabic. I'm all the time talking with people here about the language, and I love languages. I study Japanese, okay? I don't know. I studied Japanese, but I didn't study the language that my ancestors speak, but not the language that I have inside my roots and, my blood. They call me, they look at my eyes. I cannot, you see my look. I cannot really claim I'm Scandinavian, I'm, other places. They're looking at me and they tell me, Ayun el-ma'a, like the Arab eyes, like you have the Ene ayala, they say the eyes of the deer, like the Arab style. And when I wear local, I can wear, sometimes the trendy abaya, like the local clothes. They look at me and tell me, oh, mashallah, you look one of us, and by the way, I think that part of the process of the peace agreement, and Abraham Accords and being here, I want to show them I'm like you, like in Israel, how it was, because growing up in Israel and to be linked to, okay, I'm Arab Jew, and, situation and the conflict. So I think all of us wants to be a bit Ashkenazi, we want to be part of the society. But suddenly I'm here and I'm actually the opposite. I'm very proud. I don't want them to look at me as European Ashkenazi. I'm like you, I live here. I live close to you. I grew up, my ancestors grew up there. We were like so close, every Tunisian, or not just Tunisian, also, by the way, when I meet Yemeni people here, I'm trying to ask them to describe for me the places there, or they showing me videos and they talking to me and I'm asking them like the question that I never knew, even what to ask. Now I'm asking because I'm reading more and I have more questions also. I'm reading, books that I used to have these books forever in my library, but I never knew about. I never thought to open this because it was, just an old Yemeni book of my father. And now I'm opening this. And now I even brought with me books here, like to Dubai, because I'm interested about knowing more about it.
So it's been a long journey. And hopefully it's just the beginning, because we want to make sure that we discuss it some more. I want to thank all of you for coming, and thank you, Liad, for co-hosting with me today.
It was my pleasure.
To close it out, I just want to say, as the representative organization of Jews of Arab Lands, American Sephardi Federation Institute of Jewish Experience has created safe places for different groups to meet and discuss the differences within the Jewish community and between Jews and their neighboring communities, as we saw today. Thank you to our co-hosts for this program, Ellie B'Tamal, Jewish Heritage Center, Dahan Center, and One Table. It is with the support of La'ad Leadership Fund that programs like this can happen. We appreciate your support through our website, and we hope that you will all support and join in future programs.
This coming Sunday will be our first celebration of Eid
al-Banat.
Eid al-Banat, the holiday of the women. We will be celebrating all the strong and dedicated women throughout history and today. We encourage you to all to join us.
And we're looking forward to seeing you at all future events. Thank you for joining.